Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's 5:30 p.m. We're going to go ahead and call our council meeting to order. We'll begin tonight with a roll call from our city clerk, Kathy Valdez.
The record shall reflect that all members are present.
And I don't think we had any closed session business this evening, so we'll start with our Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilmember O'Donnell.
Please stand and place your hand over your right heart, or over your heart. You may begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we're honored to have Doug Son with us tonight with the Vista Baha'i Faith to lead us in an invocation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the prayer for America. O thou kind Lord, this gathering is turning to thee. These hearts are radiant with thy love. These minds and spirits are exhilarated with the message of thy glad tidings. O God, let this American democracy become glorious in spiritual degrees, even as it has aspired to material degrees, and render this just government victorious. Confirm this revered nation to upraise the standard of the oneness of humanity, to promulgate the most great peace, to become thereby most glorious and praiseworthy among all the nations of the world. O God, this American nation is worthy of thy favors and is deserving of thy mercy. Make it precious and near to thee through thy bounty and bestowals.
Amen. Thank you. All right. And our city clerk, Kathy Valdez, has some procedural statements to read.
Thank you, Mayor. In accordance with the Brown Act, I'd like to announce that as a result of convening simultaneous meetings, the members of the Buena Sanitation District will receive compensation of $147.75 for the district meeting pursuant to Buena Sanitation District Ordinance 2006-1. I would like to remind everyone that the Vista Municipal Code requires members of the public to observe order and decorum at the meeting and to conduct themselves in a courteous manner. The ordinance was adopted to allow for public input and facilitate city business without disruption of the meeting. Applause is appropriate for items listed under the presentation portion of the agenda only. Students wishing to receive credit for attending this evening's meeting must stay for a minimum of 1 hour. However, we ask that you stay for the completion of item rather than leaving in the middle of a discussion. When you're ready to leave, you may ask one of the staff at the back of the room to sign your paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To speak on an item on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker slip with the number of the item that you'd like to speak on and give it to the clerk secretary staff here at the dais. Speaker slips are available on the table just outside of the council chambers. For members of the public participating via Zoom, please use the raise your hand function to indicate you'd like to speak, or click the raise your hand feature, or press *9 on your phone. We will announce when to raise your hand to indicate that you'd like to make a comment on the specific item being discussed. Speakers will have 3 minutes to address the City Council. And we'll go to our City Manager, John Conley, for approval of tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. No changes to this evening's agenda.
We do have one presentation item this evening, so I want to invite the council to join me at the lectern for that presentation. It's our honor tonight to present a proclamation declaring February 28th, 2024 as Vista High School Spirit Team Day in the city of Vista. And we'd like to invite Sandy O'Neill, Gianna Hoffer, Ella Jones, Alexis McCausland to come forward and accept this presentation tonight. Yeah, welcome.
Nice to see you again.
Good to see you. All right. Good to see you. All right, we'll let you hold this and I'll read it. So, whereas the Vista High School spirit encompasses both a competitive dance team and competitive cheer team that includes hip hop, pom dance, and cheer teams, whereas the National Dance Team Championships and National High School Cheerleading Championships are recruiting opportunities for colleges to qualify both teams, which were required to attend a spirit camp and a regional competition and receive a bid. And whereas the Vista High School cheer team qualified, placing third at the San Diego, California Interscholastic Federation Regional Competition Sectionals. And whereas the Vista High School spirit teams advanced to compete in the most prestigious competition of any competitive high school cheer or dance team that can be selected to attend, the National High School Dance Team Championships and the National High School Cheerleading Championships, both held in Orlando, Florida. This competition will be televised in March. Whereas the costs for competing at this high school level are well over $100,000 for the entire team, and the teams are commended for working extremely hard throughout the year to fully fund all 34 athletes. In addition to the team's sideline and competitive duties, the teams regularly volunteered at elementary schools throughout Vista Unified School District. And whereas their hard work and perseverance at nationals, the hip hop team finished 12th, the pom team finished 13th, and the cheer team finished 9th. Whereas the Vista City Council congratulates the members of the Vista High School spirit teams, coaches, and parents, and continue to offer their support, encouragement as these outstanding young citizens continue their pursuit of sports, academics, and future goals. They have already started down a path of fulfilling their dreams and accomplishments and becoming valuable young leaders in our community. Now, therefore, I and the members of the Vista City Council do hereby proclaim Wednesday, February 28, 2024, as Vista High School Spirit Team Day in the city of Vista. Come forward and take a picture with us. All right. Okay, that will bring us to our oral communications. Do we have any oral communications this evening? We do. Any member of the public may address the City Council on agency-related matters that are not on tonight's agenda by requesting to speak during this section of the agenda. If you're participating via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or press *9 now if you would like to speak. The number of speakers that will be heard during this segment is limited to 10. Any remaining speakers will be heard under the second oral communications item. We do have one speaker this evening, Mr. Joe Hood.
Good evening. Let's hear it for the Spirit Team. Please pass a resolution supporting the campaign for a safe and healthy California and keeping SB 1137, the state law passed in 2022 to prohibit oil and gas wells within 3,200 feet of homes, schools, daycare centers, parks, healthcare facilities, and businesses. I met a young high school lady, not on the Spirit Team, who grew up with an oil well pumping in her front yard in the Long Beach area. She was a brilliant dancer, until she couldn't breathe, and later could not even walk. She and her neighbors protested, and after fighting for years, got the oil well shut down. She can walk again, but will have breathing problems for the rest of her life. Excessive cases of cancer exist in her neighborhood. Another said, quote, "I feel everything closing in, panic attacks. I feel like my heart races and like I'm having a heart attack, but I'm not. It feels like everything is spinning." Eco-anxiety and panic attacks, PTSD, and mental health challenges are common among folks who live adjacent to oil wells and refineries. Read about Cancer Alley in Louisiana. Big Oil paid $16 for each signature, hundreds of millions total, to get a ballot measure approved that would repeal AB 1137 next November. People signing were told, among other things, quote, "SB 1137 will raise your gas price." Quote, "We need oil independence." Lies all. Greed and hubris know no bounds. Please pass a resolution supporting the campaign for a safe and healthy California and keeping SB 1137 as our state law. Our children and grandchildren deserve clean air. We all do.
Okay, now we'll go on Zoom. We have several speakers, beginning with Barbara Gordon.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a public health advocate. As the end of the month is almost here, I wanted to recognize February as Heart Health Month. We all need to take our heart health seriously, as high blood pressure is the most common underlying condition identified. Most people with high blood pressure, known as hypertension, don't know they have it because there are no symptoms or warning signs. It has earned the nickname as the silent killer. We know that research regarding smoking tobacco is a major cause of high blood pressure, heart disease, and stroke. But did you also know that smoking marijuana is also associated with all these same problems? A Harvard research review published in the Journal of American College of Cardiology found that people who smoke marijuana face a higher risk of dying of complications of high blood pressure than those marijuana non-users. The medical and scientific community, along with policymakers, need to do a better job communicating what is known about the health risks of smoking marijuana. Expanding and normalizing the marijuana market is not in the best interest of citizens or the community. Thank you.
Now we'll go to Judy Strang on Zoom. Judy, are you with us?
Good evening.
Hi, we can hear
Hi.
you.
Good evening, Vista City Council. Judy Strang here, and Mayor Franklin, hello. We were excited to hear Vista High School being honored tonight. One of my granddaughters attends Vista High and loves it, and as we speak is playing field hockey. But I wanted to share some public health information that came in yesterday from the Department of Cannabis Control. Many of us follow their advisories. And the one they sent out yesterday was regarding the immediate recall of one of their products that is an inhaler, a high potency cannabis inhaler. And the reason I bring it to your attention is they mentioned 9 pot shops here in our county, and 4 of them were in Vista. So I thought, if you wouldn't mind, I'm just going to tell you the address of your 4. And in theory, this recall means that the store has already sold the product, and so they need to cease and desist. And the addresses in Vista are 1745 Vista Way and 1017 Sycamore Avenue, 1080 Joshua Way, and 1044 La Mirada. I did not check to see if these are all open pot shops or one of them might even be unpermitted, so that's not cool either. But I did want you to know that this might be something your code enforcement would want to check to see if these products have been removed. As it happens, DCC does not have an enforcement operation personnel, and so we're kind of on our own in our own cities to protect our own citizens when there's contaminated products that are being sold. Thank you for letting me share this public health information with you this evening.
Now we'll go to Emerald Carroll.
Good evening, Vista City Council. I'm honored to speak on behalf of Upwards, an organization committed to enhancing the quality of early childhood education and supporting childcare providers in our community. Today, I'm speaking to advocate for the funding of the Boost program in Vista. This is a vital initiative aimed at uplifting local childcare providers, increasing the number of available childcare slots, and bolstering the early childhood education sector. This is not just a technology software. This is a full service operational support tool for small businesses in Vista. The pressing need for initiatives like Boost become evident when we acknowledge the current challenges faced by family child daycares in Vista. Presently, only 1/3 of all these micro enterprises are operating at full capacity, indicating a gap that needs to be addressed quickly. Boost aims to fill these open slots, thereby creating assistant jobs in the childcare sector and fostering economic growth within the community. The Upwards Boost program is not merely about enhancing technical capabilities, it's about empowering childcare providers to thrive in their small businesses. By utilizing essential software tools and best practices, providers can maximize their revenue potential, they can stabilize their operations, and better serve low to moderate income families in need of childcare services. The economic impact of Boost extends beyond individual providers. By supporting micro enterprises within our municipality, we contribute to economic development and ensure that dollars circulate back into our community. Moreover, as providers achieve financial stability, they become key contributors to job creation by hiring teaching assistants and expanding their enrollments. For providers, Boost is a pathway to efficiency, profitability, and long-term sustainability in the childcare industry. It equips them with the necessary resources and support to navigate challenges, make informed decisions, and thrive in their roles. Without city support, local childcare providers would not have access to these services. I urge the council to consider the profound impact of the Boost program on our community's early childhood education landscape. By investing in this initiative, we not only build a greater capacity in the childcare sector throughout the city of Vista, but also support childcare providers and lay the foundation for a brighter future for our children and families. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Becky Rapp.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin and Council. My name is Becky Rapp, and I'm a public health educator. Here to bring to your attention a recent investigation uncovering more evidence that consumers of pot products sold at permitted pot shops are not being protected, specifically from banned pesticides. The public has been told the lie that by permitting marijuana products, they could count on them being safe to consume. According to the San Francisco Gate investigation, numerous problems plague the state's pesticide rules, including labs falsifying safety tests and stores selling pot contaminated with banned chemicals. When the DCC, or the California Department of Cannabis Control, was contacted regarding the lethal concerns, they admitted that they're currently unable to test for pesticide contamination in some pot products. Pesticides pose a significant problem for the marijuana industry. While most farmers can rely on federally funded research and regulations around the use of toxins to keep bugs away, little of that research looks at the safety of actually smoking the residue left behind by pesticides. It's crucial that the city move to bring attention to this issue by holding the industry accountable for products being sold. Please consider better regulating the current market as an increasing this dangerous situation. The DCC has admitted to not being capable of properly regulating. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that'll bring us to our consent calendar this evening. The recommendations on our consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless an item is removed from the calendar. Any member of the public may remove an item by submitting a request to speak card to the clerk or secretary by using the raise their hand feature on Zoom or by pressing *9. Items removed from the consent calendar will be considered immediately following the adoption of the calendar. We have 8 consent items this evening. Councilmember Joe Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd move to approve the consent calendar as presented. I did just want to note and thank staff and my colleagues for all of their work on C7, which actually earmarks and prioritizes special grants and project funding throughout our city. We talked about it a lot at our last meeting, and to know that it's actually prioritized and going to be sitting on some type of senator or congressman's desk to give us some money is fantastic. So with that, I would move to approve as presented.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you. I'll second that.
And I'm going to pull item C8, so we'll have a vote on the remainder of the balance of the items on the consent agenda. That item is approved unanimously, and that'll bring us to item C8. And I don't need a presentation unless anybody else on the council would like a presentation. Okay. Is there a motion to approve this item? Councilmember Green.
Did you pull it for a particular reason? Did you want to speak on it, or did you just want it voted on individually?
I just wanted to vote on it individually.
Okay, is there a reason why you wanted to vote on individually? Any particular part of the legislation you wanted to highlight?
Yeah, there's some federal and state policy that I'm not comfortable with, so I'm not going to be voting for it.
Okay, sounds good. I move to approve as presented.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
I'll go ahead and second this legislative platform and particularly note that we recently added a point of legislative advocacy for universal health care. As a local municipality, we may be limited in some of the actions that we can take as a city, but this legislative platform allows us to really reach beyond and dig into our values and identify what are those state and federal issues that we want to advocate for. So I would definitely support this entire list.
Councilmember Contreras.
I also, too, want to voice my support for universal health care, especially as we see health care become more and more financially burdensome for folks to pay. I think it's important for us to have this on our legislative platform, and I wholeheartedly support it and would suppose why this is exactly why it was pulled, because maybe not everybody supports it. So let's go for the vote.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item is approved with 3 voting in favor, 1 abstained, and 1 against. That's going to bring us to the first of 2 public hearings tonight. Our first public hearing is regarding the Central Vista Business Improvement District annual levy. We'll now open the public hearing. If there are any members of the public who wish to speak on the item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, by pressing *9, or by submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Our Economic Development Director, Larry Vopel, will introduce the item.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, the City Council will open, conduct, and close a public hearing to receive testimony regarding the proposed resolution of the Central Vista Business Improvement District. And upon conclusion of that public hearing, adopt City Council Ordinance number 2024. This confirms the fiscal year 24-25 annual report and also the levying of the assessment for fiscal year 24-25. For the public's sake, the CVBID board is recommending that The existing CVBID assessment fees remain the same, and those range from $33 to $750 per business annually, and those total about $40,000. They're also recommending that we maintain the existing boundaries and continue the existing work plan. We also have some board members here if there are questions, and I can answer any questions if they come up from the public as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Voppel. I apologize, I mispronounced your name. Councilmember, we do have one speaker on this item, Julie Lowen. Julie, would you like to come forward and floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. So I'm here to kind of give you a little bit of an update and to once again ask you to help. So the 211 and 221 Main Street is working on the historic building. Carlsbad, which is where we invested our money in 2018, is out of the ground, framed, has all the rough electrical in. We're really excited. We should be opening there in October. So we've got the opportunity to complete the live music venue that some of the city council saw. We've also added the second story and the third story for a private members only lounge, and potentially, we're hoping, a cigar bar down the road. So wanted to talk with you because downtown Vista needs more support than the CVBID can offer. I am a property owner. I love low property taxes. However, I am willing as a property owner to say that I would support some type of a levy so that we could get in and really take a look at downtown Vista, that we could do the plaza, that we could kind of connect all of the businesses along the Santa Fe corridor, Main Street, maybe close Indiana, put together a great plaza. There have been a whole lot of ideas on the table, and I'm not here to reiterate all of those, but it's time that we start working together as a team. Our investment into that building could be as high as $10 million. That is never going to pay off unless we have teamwork. If we have the seismic retrofit and all of the work to put together the live music venue that we have envisioned, it's going to be a significant investment. I grew up in Vista. My family signed the trust deed in that bank building that took us out of homelessness. So me buying the building in 2018 was a pretty cool thing. But now I would like to leave that building as an heirloom for the city of Vista. And to do that, we all downtown really need your support and help. So maybe tonight isn't the time, but I would like to ask the city council to come up with a venue, a way that we can all start working together as a team, maybe with an architectural review board, maybe with some grant writing, some coordination between the business owners and the property owners so that we can really start putting some big ideas to work in the downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much, Julie, for speaking today. I got to say the design of your building and what your plan is to bring to Vista is remarkable, and I appreciate you spending money in our downtown and doing all you can to help kind of revamp, which was once not a popping, vibrant downtown, which it is now. So thank you so much for that. I definitely would be down to form some type of committee in the future. I think we'll probably be talking about that on a different agenda item tonight. But I also just wanted to thank the members of the BID. I know you guys are here, and you guys do a lot of work. Your, what was it, the Fright Night on Main Street was one of my favorite events. So packed, so many people down there. Twice on Main was the Scare House, and there was a line around the door, you know, and having the city kind of more partnering with you. I really feel like this year you really, you know, made a good impact, and everybody really loved that event. So I look forward to you continuing the workflow and making these events bigger and better. And I know that our city really wants to be, our city and our council want to be more involved in kind of getting it marketed and, you know, pushed out to the masses. So thank you so much for your time and work on this. With that, I would actually move to close the public hearing and accept staff's recommendation as presented.
Thank you very much. I would second your comments about the excitement about the plans for your property. They're beautiful, and I look forward to seeing them built in Vista. Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. I would second the motion to close the public hearing and accept staff's recommendation. And I also want to say that I've been hearing from a lot of folks, you know, that Vista is happening and that there's all these cool events that go on in our downtown. And I really want the public to know that it's because of our local businesses and because of groups coming together to create a really fun environment that's vibrant, that's expressive, and we have a really great culture here, and I definitely want to see it continue. Thank you.
Councilmember Contreras.
I just want to say that I really would love to see more of the city be connected to the downtown, looking at ensuring that folks that are on an e-bike, that are walking, taking public transit, for larger events, it's going to be incredibly important for the city and North County Transit District to really figure out how to connect the transit center better to our downtown. Right now, it's actually really difficult with the amount of cars, the speed, and how long it takes to wait for the light. It takes a long time. So I would love to ensure that we are focused on being able to have really good circulation from all parts of Vista to the downtown. And within our bid districts, it's incredibly important for us to connect area A, B, and C in a more cohesive way. I feel like, we focus a lot on area A and we need to do a lot more there. But at the same time, we can't neglect area B and area C. I think we can do it all. And I really appreciate the comments. I would love to hear what it would look like to have some kind of a ad hoc committee or something like that, because I know our businesses cannot survive on just 2 good days out of the week, right? So the more that we can program, the more that we can create a cohesive and collective vision for the downtown, the more that we can introduce things like e-bike parking. It's not very functional when a lot of e-bikes come down to park. I saw that during the Christmas parade. I saw that even at the first annual Chicano Festival, Art Festival. So there's a lot of public amenities that can be brought forth to our downtown area. And I'm 100% committed to working with anybody who wants to move this vision forward so that we can all enjoy the vibrancy of the downtown and ensure the success of our local businesses. Thank you all for all the hard work that you do. I really appreciate it.
I would second all those thoughts. I would support something that's organic, comes from the business and property owners in the downtown. I do think it's needed, not only for safety and security and for marketing, but also for parking and a number of needs. And I think it would be great to have a stronger alliance in the downtown. So we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item passes unanimously. That'll bring us to our second public hearing, a substantial amendment to the 2019-2020 Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan for reallocation of CARES Act funding. The public hearing is now open. If there are any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, by pressing *9, or by submitting a request to speak card here at the dais. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Housing Program Manager Eric Bunge will introduce the item.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Thank you for having us tonight. My name is Eric Bunge, and I'm joined here tonight with Sergio Salceda. And tonight we are here to present a public hearing on the substantial amendment to the 2019-2020 Community Block Grant Annual Action Plan for the reallocation of coronavirus funding. The city receives an annual entitlement of Community Block Grant funds, or commonly referred to as CDBG funds, from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, to assist low-income families. In addition, and households, I should say. In addition to the entitlement funds, the city receives a distribution of federal coronavirus response funding called CDBG CV. This is a one-time specialty funding source, and as a condition of funding, the city is required to submit plans that outline projects and spendings. Any substantial changes to those require a public hearing, which is the case tonight. With that being said, I'm going to pass it off to Sergio to get into the specifics.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. In round 3 of CDBG CV funding, the city received a total of $784,000 to date, the city has spent a total of $644,000, which roughly leaves about $141,000 remaining in the grant. The remaining balance needs to be used for services that prepare, prevent, and respond to coronavirus. Previously, council approved a contract to Interfaith Community Services for $150,000 for critical stabilization services at the Coastal Service Center in response to coronavirus, which included $50,000 for homeless prevention through motel voucher referrals from Exodus social workers. Motel voucher referrals assisted 28 individuals who utilized 418 nights in a motel. Council and staff have both identified that there is a need for hotel/motel voucher programs. Staff proposes to reallocate $50,000 of unspent CDBG, CV, ECV03 funds to a standalone bridge housing program that will provide temporary subsidy-based placement to people experiencing homelessness before entering a more stable housing situation. In addition, staff recommends amending the 2019-2020 annual action plan with the reallocation of funds as noted on the chart. Thank you, and we are now available for questions.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you so much for this update. Were there any other considerations of what to spend this funding on, and what were they?
At this point, no, this was council directed, so we prepared this for you guys.
And this was identified as a priority by our service providers and all of our partners that work on our strategic plan to address homelessness. I will go ahead and ask that if we have any speakers on this item, that we go ahead and close the public hearing and we accept staff's recommendation. Thank you for preparing this.
Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing this forward. I just want, it's a conversation that I had with our city manager just to get a really good understanding. So for instance, because I don't know if this is something that the public understands, but down the line, we have our navigation center, right? In the case that someone is looking for shelter, but has some kind of communicable disease, that this would allow the city of Vista to not turn away someone, but to say, hey, we are able to still stabilize you, be in a quarantine, get the testing needed, and then be able to, when they are healthier, go into the navigation center. So I think it's really important for the public to understand that, which is why I brought it up right now, but I wholeheartedly support this. And I'll go ahead and second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Please cast your votes. That item is approved unanimously. Thank you very much. That'll bring us to the first of 5 discussion items this evening. The first is our Commercial Cannabis Equity Assessment Report. If there are any members of the public who wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card here at the dais. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Our city clerk, Kathy Valdez, will introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I switched screens here for a minute. All right. In August of 2022, the City Council directed staff to investigate a cannabis equity assessment with intent to use the information derived to develop a cannabis equity program. Staff applied for and received a grant from the State Cannabis Equity Grants Program to conduct an assessment, and through a competitive RFP process, selected SCI Consulting Group to conduct the assessment. This evening, we have senior consultant Kyle Tankard with us to provide an overview of the assessment and recommendations identified in the report. He's joining us by Zoom, so I'm going to switch over and put him on for a minute, and then we'll switch back to the PowerPoint. All right. Let's see here. All right. Go ahead, Kyle.
Thank you, Kathy, and good evening, Mayor Franklin, members of the council and the public. Kyle Tankard, Senior Consultant and Cannabis Policy Leader with SEI Consultant Group. My apologies for not being here tonight in person. I had plans to travel down this morning, but I was feeling a little under the weather. So to dive right in, over the past 6 months, we've been working closely with city staff in the community to prepare a cannabis equity assessment for your consideration and acceptance. So tonight I'll provide an overview of that assessment as well as our key findings and recommendations from the report. To start off, our approach to developing an equity program involves 4 key steps. Number 1, it begins with outreach and education. Number 2 is conducting that cannabis equity assessment. And once that report is accepted, to begin to develop the city's equity program. And then step 4 is to implement that program. Next slide, please. So the primary objective of the cannabis equity assessment is to examine the historical consequences of cannabis-related policies and legalization on communities and populations within the city. So by analyzing historical police statistics, demographics, poverty rates, and other relevant factors, we aim to identify communities disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. Additionally, by understanding the common barriers to entering the cannabis industry by these folks, the report offers key policy recommendations for the development of the city's equity program. Next slide. Next slide, please. So starting with the ethnic, oh, I'm sorry, Kathy, can you go back one more? Okay, so starting with the ethnic and racial distribution of the population in the city, for people reporting one race alone, 65.4% are Caucasian, 50.2% are Hispanic or Latino, 4.9% are Asian, 3.1% are Black or African American, and then 1% are American Indian and Alaskan Native, and 0.9% are Native Hawaiian and other Pacific Islander. So in our analysis, we examined the historical cannabis-related arrests in the city spanning the period from 2014 to 2023. Ideally, we would have liked to gone back a little further on this timeline, but unfortunately, the data that we obtained from the San Diego County's Sheriff's Department, they have a 7-year retention policy on that data, so that limited our analysis. Nonetheless, throughout this time frame, a total of 685 cannabis-related arrests were recorded citywide. Next slide. So in evaluating cannabis-related arrests in VISTA, we compared the arrest percentages to the demographic populations. So white individuals constituted 64.5% of the arrests, followed by Hispanic Latino at 27%, and Black African American individuals at 6%. What the data shows here is a disproportionate arrest rates for African American individuals who only make up 3% of the city's population, but accounted for 6% of the arrests during this time frame, nearly 2 times their representation in the city's population. Whereas when you look across the other demographic groups, their arrest rates align more closely with their population proportions or well below them. Next slide. In addition to the analysis of the cannabis-related arrest data that we looked at, supplemental data was acquired from the San Diego Associations of Government, SANDAG, to conduct a further analysis on the impact of the war on drugs in the entire San Diego region. An analysis of total arrest rates per 1,000 population by ethnicity also revealed a disproportionate impact on African American and Hispanic and Latino populations across the region. Looking at in 1991, the African American arrest rate when compared to whites stood at a ratio of 5.67 arrests to 1. Similarly, the Hispanic population experienced a ratio of 2.59 to 1. Next slide. So to identify the disproportionately impacted or affected communities, a geospatial analysis of the arrest locations was conducted considering 3 key indicators. So the presence of people of color populations, low-income populations, and levels of educational attainment by census tract. Next slide. So this first map shows the concentrations of non-white residents in the city of Vista. So the darker areas representing a higher concentration of non-white residents. The green dots on this map also show the locations of where those 685 arrests occurred. So you'll notice that the census tracts in the north central region and also the westernmost census tract of the city had the highest concentration of non-white residents, consistent between 50 to 100% non-white residents. Next slide. So this map shows the proportion of low-income households in Vista by census tracts. So the city, for the most part, exhibits a low concentration of poverty. However, census tract 195.02, located in the, again, the north central region of the city, has the highest concentration of low-income households at 54%. Next slide. And then lastly, the final map displays the percentage of individuals aged 25 or older without a high school diploma in Vista's census tracts. Again, the census tracts in the north, central, and western regions of the city have the highest proportions of individuals without high school diplomas. Next slide. So as shown in the last 3 slides on those maps, the census tracts situated in the north central region of the city exhibit the highest proportion of non-white residents, along with elevated rates of low-income populations and lower rates of high school diploma holders. The highest percentage of cannabis-related arrests were recorded in census tracts 195.03 and 192.06, accounting for 16% and 8% of the arrests, respectively. Notably, these 2 tracts are both located within that north central region of the city. Hence, we've identified this region to be the most disproportionately impacted, given the convergence of those factors. Next slide. So next, the cannabis equity assessment. The report discusses various barriers to entry into the cannabis industry that impacted individuals commonly face when trying to enter. So the barriers identified can be summarized in to the following categories: financial, technical, knowledge-based, and criminal. So really, one of the goals of the city's equity program should be to reduce and eliminate these barriers to entry through the services and the benefits that are provided to equity applicants by the city's program. So financial assistance will be crucial, and we suggest the city consider establishing a loan or grant program This would provide essential financial support for startup, licensing, and operational costs. Additionally, a comprehensive technical assistance program is recommended. This would provide tailored business development, industry-specific training, and legal support to equity applicants. Really, the goal here is to equip applicants with the skills, knowledge, and resources necessary for the successful opening and operation of a cannabis business. And then lastly, ongoing outreach, education, awareness campaigns, and even a record expungement program would be vital to the city's equity program. Next slide. So I will conclude with our recommendations that we have identified in the report. So recommendation 1 is to conduct additional stakeholder and public outreach along with educational efforts to help inform the development of the city's equity program. Through our outreach and stakeholder engagement at the beginning of this project, we've identified a great list of local stakeholders who are interested in the development. So we recommend that the city work with those stakeholders to form and develop the structure of the city's program. Number 2 is to adopt regulatory changes to provide licensing opportunities for equity ownership. So this one's very straightforward. There are limited licenses that are available for equity applicants. So without those, there is no equity program. So we recommend that the city look at other activities types such as indoor cultivation, shared use manufacturing, and additionally possibly increasing the number of distribution manufacturing businesses, possibly considering micro businesses. Number 3 is to develop eligibility requirements to serve those who were disproportionately impacted by cannabis enforcement. So our recommendation to the city in those requirements, including past criminal history regarding cannabis, whether it's the individual themselves or a person who has had a family member impacted, requiring a low income requirement, and also considering a residency requirement to connect those folks back to Vista. Number 4 is, next slide, please. Number 4 is to evaluate and improve the application and permitted process to ensure equity applicant success and incentivize ongoing support. So anytime there is a limited number of licenses available, that creates a competitive process to obtain those permits or licenses. So we recommend that the city evaluate their current process for awarding those permits to ensure that that process is equitable and fair. Number 5 is to develop equity program services and benefits that address and mitigate barriers to entry into the legalized market. So it's recommended that the city consider a whole suite of services to develop a well-rounded equity program to provide these resources and support to these equity applicants. Number 6 is to raise awareness about cannabis expungement opportunities. So the County of San Diego actually has a cannabis expungement program. So a potential partnership with the county and outreach campaigns could help raise awareness to help folks from Vista expunge previous cannabis convictions from their records. Next slide. Number 7 is to create or incentivize workforce development opportunities. Equity programs around the state have done this in many different ways, whether it's incentivizing current businesses to hire equity eligible employees as their workers, or developing a curriculum that would provide training for interested residents from Vista to receive training to enter the cannabis industry. Number 8 is to secure and provide sustainable funding for the equity program. So each year, The state of California, through their partnership with GoBiz, offers phase 2 funding to local jurisdictions of up to $3 million to support their equity program. So it's recommended that the city look into that and also consider alternate funding sources to remain sustainable over the course of the years. And then number 9, community reinvestment can help to repair communities impacted by past cannabis-related criminalization. This is often an aspect that is left out of equity programs, but it's important to reinvest into the communities that have borne the brunt of this criminalization and the effects of the war on drugs. And number 10 is to continue to monitor, collect data, and improve and update the city's equity program over time. Next slide. So real quickly, the next steps for staff in the city are as follows. To develop the cannabis equity program, to bring that program back to council for adoption. And then once that program is adopted, to begin to implement the program and then apply for grant funding. So with that, I will turn the presentation back over to staff to conclude.
Thank you, Kyle. Staff recommends adopting resolution number 2024, accepting the City of Vista Cannabis Equity Assessment. And then we're also seeking direction from the City Council on a couple of key components of the program, whether to give preference or set aside a certain number of licenses for equity applicants, whether you want to include any fee waiver or deferrals, and whether you would like to include grants or loans within the program. I suggest we start with any questions you may have for Kyle on the assessment, then take public comment, and then we can address the questions if that pleases you. Thank you.
So staff is asking for the council to make a motion to accept the report?
Correct.
Okay. And the report itself, though it offers recommendations, accepting the report doesn't enact those recommendations. We would make a separate motion to propose recommendations.
That is correct.
Very good. Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much. Are there a lot of speakers on this, Kathy? Because I'm wondering maybe if the speakers...
We have 2 or 3.
I have 2 speakers here via Zoom.
I'd love to hear the speakers first, too.
Speakers. Thank you very much, Councilmember Green. Start with Terry Best via Zoom, and then we'll go to Armin King.
Hello, good afternoon, or good evening, council members. I want to thank Carl Tankard of SCI for conducting outreach sessions and giving the cannabis advocacy community plenty of time to forward our ideas and expertise. I met with Kyle and hope to continue to provide input into the City of Vista's plans for cannabis social equity. I want to also congratulate the City Council for applying for the grant to fund the cannabis social equity assessment. I hope the city will also apply for phase 2. It is very important to acknowledge the harms of the drug war, but also provide access to medicine for cannabis patients and opportunities for those harmed. I applaud your efforts. As we listen to these uninformed warnings about cannabis regulations, we must understand cannabis is already here and people are already using it. Regulating it is just common sense, and regulations are working. That is why we are seeing product recalls. That does not happen in the unpermitted market. The very idea of forwarding concerns about mold or pesticides from the unpermitted market is laughable. Regulations work. Failure to regulate and resort to punitive policy is perpetuating the drug war harm. Thank you for your service to the City of Vista.
Armin King.
Hello. Hi. Like Terry Best, I want to commend City Council for taking this initiative on. And what I want to encourage you all to do is be prepared for the naysayers. They're going to come, as you're used to it with many other issues. And many of these naysayers are on every call, period. But where Vista is in position right now, they are in position to do something historical And yes, people are going to point at the failures of these programs in other cities across the country where people have not done it right with this program. But what we're in position to do with Vista is to analyze all of these other failures, figure out what they did wrong, and put ourselves in position to do this right. And not just right, but set an example for the rest of the nation on how an equity program should work, should happen, and put Vista on the map. You know, Vista right now, as far as San Diego County, you have the County of San Diego that's in the process of launching this program right now, and you have the city that will both be launching this program by October of 2024. San Diego County in general is the last major city in the state of California to have this program. So luckily, like the younger sibling, we can look at the older siblings and see, well, what did they do right? What did they do wrong? And position ourselves for success. So Kyle, commend you on the work you do. And I really look forward to you working with closely the community stakeholders that really care about Vista, care about the youth in Vista, care about the community, so they can help to graft this program in the way it should be. Also, I don't want to take out of, I want to make sure it's on your minds, as I heard earlier with another comment talking about the cigar lounges. Don't neglect the cannabis consumption lounges, or having a lounge, at least one in the city of Vista. The city of National City right now will be the first in the county to have a cannabis consumption lounge. Let's the city of Vista come right behind them and do something for the city of Vista. It is going to be amazing. So once again, thank you. You will be hearing more from me, and I will be along to help out as I have been in this cannabis social equity fight and movement here in San Diego County for over 6 years now. And we are going to do this right, Vista. And I'm here to make sure it happens with you. Thank you again. That's all I have to say. Let's make history.
Okay, that'll bring the opportunity for public comment to a close, and we'll go to Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for public comment. And first of all, I want to thank the equity assessment team for their study. I love looking at data when it comes to cannabis, and what was kind of forecast as the focused impacts that were going to be coming towards our city, and looking at what the actual impacts were in our city were definitely different. And I think that's where we as a council have been very well versed in kind of digging into the data and digging into what's best for our community. A question that I had is Kyle the gentleman who's on the phone waiting here from us? Okay, so two questions I had is, number one, when I read through your entire report, it looked as if only 4% of our population had been adversely affected from like an arrest standpoint, or had like an actual interaction with law enforcement when it came to cannabis. Is that, it looks like it's correct. I just want to verify that, because initially I was thinking that the arrests were going to be kind of a big, component of how we were going to, craft our equity program. So it looks like the arrests were almost one of the smallest, affected.
Yeah, so that is correct. So as I mentioned, the data that was available pertaining to cannabis-related arrests was from 2014 to 2023. The Sheriff's Department has I believe it's actually region-wide. The San Diego County region has a 7-year data retention policy on that type of data. But what I will point out is, when Prop 64 passed back in 2016, which legalized recreational cannabis, there was a change in how cannabis was enforced. It was decriminalized. And so arrests dropped drastically, and that you can even see that in those 7-8 years where arrests dropped. So unfortunately, we're unable to look farther back than 2014, but that's the data we relied on for this analysis.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. And I just want to highlight as well that prior to legalization, obviously arrests were much higher. When I was running for office in 2016, got elected in 2017, one of the reasons that we talked about this was because the city was spending about $2 million per year on shutting down illegal medicinal marijuana establishments throughout the city. And there were actually at one time 21 illegal establishments within the city of Vista. Once we got this policy implemented, implemented, and initially was implemented through a medicinal cannabis policy, we actually got that number down to 0. And we had 11 dispensaries operating here legally with basically 0 focused impact. And what you see here is it looks like in 2023, the arrests were almost less than 10, and in 2019, they were at 86. So that is definitely a huge thing. One aspect that I didn't see that I thought maybe should be one of the indicators for our disproportionately affected community is the region affected. You put down the 3 key indicators, which were people of color, low-income populations, and educational attainment levels. So I saw those on your graph, but you kept going back to the region of where those affected were from, and I'm wondering if there is a way for us to incorporate that as a key indicator of disproportionately affected communities within our city.
Okay, so I'm not sure I quite understand your question. So what do you mean by region? Like,
Well, you kept going back to, the North Vista District. I want to say you kept reiterating, Census Tract 195.02, and I'm wondering, based off of those census tracts, should I be adding those census tracts in particular as like another bonus? Now, when we're working our equity program out, the more boxes you check, the more points you get, I would assume, or, things in the equity drawing or whatever. So I just want to make sure that they're getting additional credit if they meet all those other criteria, but they also live in that region, that they would be maybe prioritized a little higher over somebody who wasn't in that region.
yes, so definitely as the city works on developing their the framework for the equity program, a key piece of that is the eligibility criteria. Some cities and counties have left that general, where you just have to be a current or former resident of the particular jurisdiction. Other cities like Oakland, where they had they broke that down their analysis by police beats, where they had police beats that were impacted more. Those folks got prioritized, and their eligibility criteria actually only allowed folks from those police beats to qualify for the equity program. So that is definitely something to consider. I think you make a good point by prioritizing folks from those census tracts that may have higher percentage of low-income houses, higher percentages of non-white residents, as well as the higher percentages of cannabis-related arrests.
Okay, thank you so much. And I loved the findings graph. I'm a visual guy, so having the colors of red, orange, yellow, and green really helped me out with the percentage of people who were predominantly affected and kind of how you came up with those key indicators. So I really appreciate that. As far as my council's concerned, one suggestion I had after reading the report is that we do add some type of overlay for a particular region that was affected, knowing that we have such areas in our community that are so disproportionately affected, whether it be income or educational or even, the calls for service per se. So I'd like to add that to one of the, key factors as far as identifying the disproportionately affected communities. When it came to percentages, basically what it looked like staff was asking for us is 3 things. Number 1, do we want to create basically an equity program, which I know that we do, and do we want to include grants and programs in there? And a lot of the recommendations from the equity assessment were programs. So my answer is yes, I definitely want to include grants and programs in there. The other thing was, do we want to allow fee waivers for those who are disproportionately affected? I say yes, personally, please allow fee waivers for those winners of the equity licenses. And the last question that I kind of wrote down was, what's the percentage of equity applications that you would be comfortable issuing? And I know you also ask about license numbers. Based off data, I'd be comfortable setting aside 25 to 40% of the licenses total. I'd like to hear from my council of what they would want to do with that percentage. The reason why I have it less than 50% is the equity, lottery or equity award licenses that are awarded in that 40%. If they don't get drawn in that 40% award, I would recommend the ones who don't get drawn go back into the second drawing as well. So they're basically going to have 2 chances to be drawn, and there's nothing to say that we won't end up having having 60 to 70% disproportionately affected through the two drawings. So just want to make sure that everybody has at least a equal chance per se of winning the lottery. So I would do up to 40% for the equity program as far as the equity percentage goes, and I would like to incorporate all four of those three indicators in there. As far as that goes, the only other question had to do with numbers. When we're talking about what this would be for, from an event standpoint, event licenses would basically be issued per the Department of Cannabis Control. So I don't think we put a number on the events. They kind of go through the state guidelines. But when it comes to lounge licenses, I would recommend we have 10 active cannabis dispensaries, knowing that the cannabis that has to be consumed is from Measure Z establishments. Is that correct, Mr. City Attorney? I would recommend that we have, number one, lounges either close or near with the same, stipulations as we have of our Measure C dispensaries, but have in close proximity to those dispensaries. So I would allow it to 10 lounges with the 10 dispensaries, but I would also like to add another 3 lounges that are personal use, maybe a special use, maybe a company that would be like a work share program. I know it might sound odd to some, but to have a work share space where people can enjoy cannabis and do what they want to do is definitely something that is appealing to the cannabis community. So I would allow up to 13 lounge licenses within the city of Vista. 25 to 40% of those, based off what the council comes up with, would be set aside for the disproportionately affected communities. The other 60% would go for anybody who wasn't awarded in the disproportionately affected lottery, and then all other applicants. As far as cultivation goes, at this point in time, I think awarding 5 cultivation licenses would be a good number. I think any more than that messes up kind of the business park area or wherever we decide to put that in. So I really want to make sure that we kind of limit the number of cultivation. And the truth is the market is kind of flooded when it comes to cannabis product right now. There's farms that are 292 acres that are producing, thousands and thousands of pounds every 30 days. So I don't know what the draw would be to have too much cultivation here in the city of Vista. So I definitely want to limit that to 5 cultivation businesses. So those are my answers to the 4 questions, and I would love to hear what the council members have to say about those 4 items.
Councilmember Contreras.
First, I want to say thank you to my council for moving forward with the cannabis equity study. I know it was maybe not favored at the beginning, but I'm glad that we got to a point where we moved forward with it. And that allowed us to use the state's money, which is just our tax money coming back to Vista, to prepare this type of assessment. I want to look at a few things that stood out to me, and then I'll address some of the comments that Councilmember Green made, because I'm pretty aligned there. When it comes to financial assistance, I'm not looking to do any loans. I think that we need to focus on the grants, and there is a significant amount of funding for grants that that us going through this whole process allows us to tap into. What I think is really interesting is for any grant awards exceeding $500,000, the city has to do a 1-to-1 match, right? So, I mean, that gives us a lot of leeway to get a lot of funding where we don't have to do a match, where we can just bring money into our community and ensure that folks that were disproportionately affected by the war on drugs, that we can move forward in a better way as a community. Looking at all the different slides, it's not a surprise to me, but it still has a little bit of a surprise every time I see how District 1 has been affected by so many of these indicators, and looking at the historic generational inequities in my district. So I want to ensure that we're doing the best that we can here in the city to right a lot of wrongs that have happened. The arrest data only going back to 2014, if we were able to go before that, and look into the records in the 90s, in the early 2000s, I think we would be seeing different figures in front of us. So I'm really actually not too happy with that data point because I feel like it's hiding a larger systemic issue that was present here in Vista and frankly, everywhere else, right? So not for loans, I am for grants for the financing. I'm 100% in line with Councilmember Green on the fee deferral. I don't think we need to look at reducing fees. I think we just waive the fees for folks that come in through the equity side. This is a conversation that I had with our city manager, and I'm really pleased to see the section of business acumen looking at professional development, right, business training. One of the things that I've heard from other folks is when it comes to a cannabis social equity program, it's really difficult for folks that have been impacted by cannabis arrests to have enough capital up front, right? You kind of need a lot of money right now to be able to enter the cannabis business. And what I would like to see is, is this something, I don't know if the chamber is into this, but we partner with the chamber for a lot of different things. I wonder if there's an appetite at the chamber to help with some of this business acumen and look at some kind of business training, right? Because as licenses are put forward, what I would love to see is someone who is starting at, step -3, get them trained up and be able to have a micro enterprise or, go into a larger scale business, or maybe as you are doing training with some other folks that have similar backgrounds, that could be a incubator place where people come together and say, hey, you know what, let's just do this together. And we can bring capital from, different folks together to see some kind of a business development that's going to benefit the city because we get taxes from it. Where were we at right now? We're like at almost 7 million, right, for this last year in cannabis sales tax revenue. I mean, that's a huge amount. We were able to appropriate $2.4 million of excess cannabis revenue directly into the community with a list of recommendations from our safety commission. Everything from domestic violence awareness to $15,000 for bicycle helmets, right? I mean, we are able to do so much with this sales tax revenue. And I just want to ensure that moving forward, we are able to have different ways for people, depending on where their business acumen is, to enter into the cannabis industry. Also, I just have to say, I want to highlight something I said in the past. I would love to see some kind of a Vista strain. So when it comes to cultivation, I think that would be huge. That's a great marketing thing. I don't know if anybody's out there is working on that, but having a special Vista strain or, the Shadow Ridge strain or the Townsite strain, whatever it might be, I just want to throw that out there. The record expungement program, 100%, I would love to learn a little bit more about the city's role in that, but that's definitely something I support. When it comes to the various recommendations, looking at recommendation 1, conducting additional stakeholder and public outreach, I know that costs the city money to do. Because we have limited capacity on our staff. We're already doing a ton of outreach for different things. So this question is going to go to our city manager, or maybe to Kyle, I don't know, whoever can answer this. But in order to conduct this additional stakeholder and public outreach, are we able to utilize state funding for that? Or does this have to come from our general fund?
So I can jump in here.
Thank you.
So yes, so the grant that you did receive, the type 2 or the type 1 grant for $75,000, that can be applied to the development of the city's equity program. So that $50,000 was for the equity assessment and the development of the city's equity program. So if there's additional funds left over from that grant, that I believe that can definitely be used.
Okay, and do we know where we're at with the amount of funding that's left? I was under the impression that we used up a lot of it. So,
Well, we used up a good chunk, but there is still some money available. To be honest, I'd have to look at the budget and see where we are, but we do have some funding available.
you think ballpark figure like 20, 25,000? I can wait. I can be patient. I can
Yeah.
wait for the figure.
10 to 15, I feel comfortable saying, but there might be a little bit more.
Okay, and usually, I guess, city manager, back to you. Public outreach usually costs how much, especially if we're to contract it out?
Well, depending on what kind of public outreach you want to do, if you want to do a mailer, there's cost for postage. Most of the outreach efforts that we do social media wise aren't huge costs, just our staff time.
Okay.
So depending on the level you want to do, the cost can be accommodated.
Follow-up question is, how long do we have to expend the remaining funds? Is there a time limit?
That is a good question.
Sometimes I have really good questions.
Yes, I'm sure there is. I don't have the date with me, but we'd have to expend it before we moved on, obviously, to applying for additional funding. So over the next few months, I would say we got it last February, but I think we have a little bit more than 12 months. Kyle may know if there's a longer time frame on it.
Yeah, I believe it's a little longer than a year. I know that the state has been flexible with providing extensions to expend those funds as well.
Okay, yeah, one thing that I would be really curious of, and I think there might be support for on the council for this, would be, one, figure out how much money we have left over, two, understand by when we have to spend that money, and three, which one of these recommendations can we utilize the money for? Can it only be for additional stakeholder public outreach? Can it be for some of these other ones? That way, I think we can have a more dynamic discussion about how we're going to engage the public, because definitely we need to engage the public on this, right? But I just want to know what the funding's like, the timeline, and what else the funding can be used for, because maybe it is something that we, in looking at the different uses, we see that one of the other recommendations, maybe it would be better for us to use the funding for that. And maybe we do, social media or something like that. Or, if we're looking at equity, really conducting, if we do by mail, in these census tracts that have been most impacted, right? And so we could always limit the scope, and kind of going off of the overlay that you were talking about, Councilmember Green, maybe that's too where we direct a lot of our outreach to ensure that we're getting into these parts of our community that were disproportionately affected and have been by a lot of different layers of inequities. Okay. When it comes to setting a preference for a number of licenses, I feel like I'm not in a position right now to say I 100% agree with the numbers that you put before us, Councilmember Green, but I am wanting to maybe have additional time where we can have maybe a focused conversation specifically on the licensing. I definitely want to support a few of the things because, yeah, I'm actually someone who brought consumption to this council. I think a number of times, I want to say it was 3 times before, and we didn't have a formal vote on it, but there was majority support for the council, from the council when we were discussing it the 3rd time. So I really do want to be at the tip of the spear in the city of Vista. What we're seeing is that cities around us are not doing so well with their budgets, and cannabis is their cash cow. I anticipate that there could be a situation where we see declining revenues at our retail storefronts. So the more that we can diversify and continue to be at the tip of the spear when it comes to consumption, when it comes to cultivation, other potential uses. I really want to move that forward. One of the things, I've even had a constituent who came forward to the council, I want to say maybe it was last year, time flies, but it was in the past, and she came up and she was crying. And there's nothing that I could do to help her, because her issue was that she is so tired of smelling cannabis in her house, right? Like around her house. And she was just really moved to come to the council and see, like, can you guys please do something about this? And that's really difficult for us to enforce. But imagine if we only had places like liquor stores where you buy, liquor or beer, and we didn't have any bars or breweries where people can consume. I really think that we can approach the concern that one of my constituents had, and that I've heard from different parts of the community about consumption, if we could provide safe access and areas for people to consume cannabis. I do want to underscore something that Councilmember Green said, which is, I heard all the kind of like boogeymen about cannabis, and the one thing that really was stark was how much money the city was spending on playing whack-a-mole and trying to shut down the illegal dispensaries, and we weren't receiving any revenue for that. That was coming out of the funding for the community. So now we have a different system here in Vista that the voters brought forward, and we as a council can move forward past Measure Z, because there's some constraints there, and continue to bring a public benefit to the community with the revenue that we received. I mean, it's incredible what this council over the past few fiscal years has been able to do because of the cannabis revenue. Okay, so I also am in favor of a census tract consideration prioritization, not just for the outreach, but also for the licenses. I would go to 40%. So I think that that's important. So I do support that. And I think that's about it from me, but I'm really glad to have this information in front of us finally. I know we waited a long time for it, and I look forward to moving in a direction where we can be a little bit more complete and address some of the issues that we've had in the past. So thank you again to staff and to Kyle and to my council for helping move in this direction. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to Kyle and to staff for working on this. I am glad that we're having this discussion. I know that as in previous meetings, as we were preparing to discuss potential uses and opportunities for cannabis within the city of Vista, it was really important for me to get some more information about equity and history. And I'm not too discouraged by the limited data that we have, but I do know that there's so many more instances of arrests than we have available tonight. And even if we only know of that 4%, for our population with the city of Vista, that's potentially 4,000 individuals who would be eligible or potentially benefit from an equity opportunity within our cannabis industry here in Vista. I do have a couple of questions for Kyle. One of my concerns was potential predatory behavior. Someone who doesn't have experience in the industry might qualify for an equity permit, but then be targeted by established members of the industry to essentially try to snatch that opportunity away from them in some way. I'm grateful at the recommendations and the idea of mentorship and technical assistance. But Kyle, could you speak to the issue of predatory behavior and what we can do to prevent that?
Absolutely. So definitely one way to combat that, it's been an ongoing issue, especially with the early adopters in Oakland as well as Los Angeles, where folks would partner with a individual that met the eligibility requirements and essentially take advantage of them and eventually force them out of their business. So the one way to do that is to put a requirement on the percentage of the ownership that the equity applicant must maintain of their business. So obviously setting that at 51% gives them majority control, but also, through the city's grant program, providing grants that allow for legal support. So anytime, there is a partnership, given funds to those applicants so that they can get a lawyer to review those contracts and agreements to ensure that these types of situations do not happen.
Great, thank you for that information. So I would be supportive of grants, like my other colleagues have recommended, but specifically for that legal support to prevent that type of predatory behavior. I also am supportive of safe spaces for consumption, and I think that the idea that Councilmember Green brought up is a great, really connects with the community of people who use cannabis. I think cannabis is often seen as, part of nightlife and, some similar to alcohol, right? And kind of a party scene or a drug scene. But there is a whole community of people who use cannabis to optimize their workday, right? And it sounds like that's a recommendation coming from Councilmember Green that I can understand, and I think that that's a unique idea. I haven't really thought about that before. In terms of the eligibility requirements for such a permit, I would definitely want to prioritize those that hit the criteria on multiple fronts. We do have, of course, historically disadvantaged neighborhoods, and these categorizations of education and race and income are not just reflected in outcomes related to arrests and substance use and other challenges, but even in issues like our built environment and our infrastructure. So when we're looking at applicants and how they meet that criteria, seeing an applicant who meets multiple points of that criteria, right? Not only are they, have had a record, right, a criminal record, but perhaps they also are low income, perhaps they also are a person of color. I think that if it's possible within the percentage of permits that we allow to even, elevate those applicants to a higher level because they are so deeply impacted. I'm interested to see what more could come out of community engagement. One of the other questions I had for you, Kyle, was if you could share a little bit about how our past two community engagement meetings went and what was the attendance of those.
Yeah, so the first community meeting we held in, I believe, either October or November. That was an in-person meeting here at City Hall. That one was attended by maybe 5 to 10 folks. And then the next time around, back in December, we held a virtual meeting, and that meeting was much more well attended. Armand, who spoke earlier, as well as Terry, attended that meeting. And working with Armand following that meeting, he was able to connect me with local stakeholders, nonprofit leaders here in North County, San Diego, that are very interested in cannabis equity, to start kind of spreading the word, to build that stakeholder group to help, inform the development of the city's program.
Okay, great. And it sounds like with further opportunities to do engagement, we'll be able to build upon that.
Absolutely.
So another topic I wanted to touch on that's not as related to the permits, the equity permits, but really is a concern for our cannabis retail space, especially overall. And one of the speakers this evening previously had referred to the black market and unregulated sale of cannabis products. Not only is it a public health issue where you're seeing unregulated projects that have higher rates of pesticides, mold, heavy metals that are, being consumed. They're also, of course, undercutting our regulated cannabis businesses to the point where it has produced an impact on them. And in speaking with some of our operators, I would be very interested in any type of coordination that we could have with our San Diego County Sheriff's Department and with our cannabis operators to even conduct sting operations and see if we can take back some of those black market operations and really remove some of those harmful substances from the market and allow greater opportunity and a greater market for our regulated businesses. I think that that would be good for public health. I think it would be good for economic development and opportunity of our, of our businesses that are doing it right. And in speaking with some of our cannabis businesses, right, they know that there can be a cost and a burden to enforcing the requirements, but they're very supportive of that. And I think that if there is a way that we can move forward with that, I'd be interested in having that discussion. But when it comes to future business operations, right, not just retail, but also consumption lounges, I'm curious of what would that look like for our council? I know that we have limitations within our cannabis policies as a city. We're subject to the requirements of the state. I really would like to have more information going forward of what is possible for us so that we can, if there's opportunities for us to innovate, we can innovate. And if there are areas where we are restricted, for that to be clearly defined for us as well. But this is a great conversation. I really appreciate everyone's contributions. And I look forward to being able to have more informed policy discussion going forward.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Thank you, and thank you to Kyle and staff and Clerk Valdez for all your hard work on this. I want to be very clear with the questions I have for you, Kyle, because I'm in no way diluting the very, very real fact that there are tremendous inequities, but I have some questions about the arrest data that you shared with us. Do you have any information on how many of those individuals are from Vista?
That is a great question. I can certainly look back through the data that was provided to see if that information is included there, and I can pass that along to staff, but I do not have that on hand tonight.
So it's not going to change my opinion on any of this. I appreciate the work on this study. It's just more, it's data that I would like to have just so I can have a better understanding and dissect what we're talking about, because I agree with Councilmember Contreras. I wish we had a much larger set of data on arrests, because these 9 years I do not believe show a true reflection of what is actually taking place in our community and has historically in the past. But information, if they're from Vista, were they underage, were they possession charges, were they repeat offenders, or were they people being arrested for operating illegal dispensaries in the city of Vista, I think would be imperative to have. But if you're able to come up with that, I don't know how much information they give you, but I'd appreciate if you could share that with me at some point in the future. As far as recommendations are concerned, 25 to 40%, I could probably be on board with that. I'd just like to actually have a larger discussion around the criteria and how we scope and shape that. Cultivation licenses. My only concern with cultivation licenses is what's happening in Northern California right now, which I will not get into as far as the activity that takes place, but I'm open to them. I think that they would be a huge benefit to the city of Vista. I don't know if I want a shadow-rich strain of marijuana, but I'm open to those discussions. I'm 100% agreement. I do not think the city of Vista should be the owner potentially of a cannabis shop, so I would not want to give out loans. I'd be open to giving out grants for that very reason. And then fee deferral, I'm 100% on board with as well. Record expungement, depending on what it is, I would definitely like to learn more about that, but I'm very, very open to that idea as well for this program. So those are all my comments. I really appreciate the discussion and all the thoughtful insight that was provided by the council and by our speakers, and I just appreciate all the hard work on this.
So we need a motion to receive the study so that we can conclude the contract. We want to make a motion to receive the study. Councilmember Green.
I move to accept staff's recommendation to receive the study as presented.
Councilmember Contreras.
I second. Thank you.
Okay, so this motion will be to receive and accept as final the equity study. So we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And then we have that item is approved unanimously. Then we have the 10 recommendations provided by staff. Is there a motion to, I think, I've got Councilmember Contreras first, I believe.
I just have a question for, I guess, for our city attorney. Do we have to accept all these recommendations, or have you heard enough direction from the council?
I think we have enough direction.
Okay.
I've heard enough.
Yeah, so
we're bringing back what we wanted was kind of a consensus to get
Okay.
direction to form a draft of policy to bring back for your consideration.
Awesome. Then in that case, I will turn my mic off. Thanks.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you. I was basically just going to say the same thing, is that, I think we gave you enough direction. The programs aspect, programs and grants, I think that's where you're going to pick all the pieces out of the report recommendations and then just bring them back to us. So thank you so much for that.
I would just say, not having seen the final, what's being recommended here, other than in a very broad form, I have some concerns about waiver of fees or about lending money on behalf of the city or investing money on behalf of the city into cannabis businesses. I think that maybe goes a step further, and we don't typically invest in any kind of businesses, be they cannabis or otherwise, and I'm not sure I want to make cannabis businesses the first that we make grants or invest in. Councilmember Green.
My recommendation on the grant funding for this is that the state of California offers grant funding to cities who create equity programs. So, obviously when the council gets the budgetary constraints of what we could allocate toward the program, we'll look at it. But I was more so directing staff to make sure that we definitely apply for that funding so that we can get those grants for our communities, because there is already money on the table up at the state. So that's kind of my thing with grant funding, is I hope we get grant funding so we can give grant funding.
Understood. Okay, you have enough direction? Very good. Okay, and without any objection from the council, we're going to go next to item D4, because we have some speakers that I think want to be heard on the Avo Theater. So hearing no objections, we're going to move to item D4. If there are any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, by pressing *9, or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Deputy Mayor Melendez asked for this item to be on the agenda, so we'll ask her to introduce it.
Thank you, Mayor. And we're going to just pull up a few slides here, and I'll pull out my notes. While we're getting those up, I'll start by saying thank you for everyone who's attending this meeting. I know that there's a bit of an overlap of our CVBID members and our downtown businesses and folks who are interested in a conversation about the Avo Theater. So I'm glad that we're able to have multiple of those discussions tonight. The Avo Theater is an iconic, historic site that is owned by the city of Vista. For myself, it holds a special place in my heart as I participated in youth productions there, theater productions as a youth. I think I was in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory and James and the Giant Peach, and it was a really enriching experience. So this is a very special site to me. I felt the desire to facilitate this discussion on renovations and improvements to the Avo Theater because one, I care deeply about the arts, about cultural expression, economic opportunity, and the preservation of public spaces, and also because this is an ongoing conversation. And I'm sure that many conversations have been had before this one, and many will be had after. Arts and culture is an evolving discussion, and I wanted to participate in that by facilitating this discussion tonight. I prepared for this discussion by reviewing historical information, meeting with city staff, engaging with stakeholders, and visiting the theater earlier this month. And I look forward to us having this discussion. So we'll go to the first slide, and I'll share a little bit of information about this historic site. The Avo Theater is located at 303 Main Street in Vista and was built in 1948 as a neighborhood movie house. The city of Vista purchased the property in 1995 for $440,000 with the intention to enhance our downtown. The Avo Theater is considered historically significant under multiple criteria, including federal and state criteria, and more details on the history of the Avo Theater can be found in the agenda packet. So we'll go to the first slide here that talks about our current site uses. The Avo Theater is a venue that accommodates for rental reservations, which are available for public use. Frequent uses include youth theater, concerts, graduations, and a full list of scheduled and historic uses starting from 2014, I believe, 2014, 2015 are included in the packet. And there's quite a variety, but we do see kind of some consistent uses now. And there are 385 seats that can accommodate currently for any number of engagements, right? If a production company wants to come to Vista and put on a show, there are 385 seats to fill. And we have frequent uses throughout the year of rentals for that space. Adjacent to the Avo Theater, the City of Vista has a rental agreement with a restaurant tenant, which is Curbside Cafe. And we are currently reviewing the rental agreement with them. It's up for renewal, so that is a discussion that our council will have at a future time. But that's the status of Curbside Cafe. I personally love going there. I think they have the best coffee cake. It's really good. And I also want to mention that the Avo Theater has an operating budget that is approximately $120,000. Next slide, please. So when it comes to improvement opportunities, next slide, I'll say that I really see that there are two areas for opportunities. There's physical renovations as well as enhancing programs. I would say that regarding renovations, we see in 2018 to 2022, a private developer considered the renovation of the Avo Theater as a live music venue. The project did not continue due to costs. And then in 2023, Assemblymember Lori Davies awarded the City of Vista with state earmarked funds of $250,000 for ADA accessibility and rehabilitations of the Avo Theater. And for the benefit of the discussion tonight, we also have a resolution included that I hope we can accept tonight to receive that $250,000 from our Assembly member. And I do just want to say thank you so much to Assemblymember Lori Davies for providing that for us. This is such an important cultural site, and so I'm glad that we have some assistance from our Assembly member to work towards those improvements, especially when it comes to accessibility and ADA. And if we are interested in pursuing grander renovations, we may want to include a private partner in a high-cost project. And in that case, staff can be directed to return with requests for proposals. I learned in conversations with staff that the developer that was considering renovations between 2018 to 2022 was not identified through a request for proposals process, but they did approach the city and were interested in it and did a lot of activity towards that end. And much of that information, I think, could still be of benefit to the city. I think some of the historical information is very interesting to me. So I would be in favor of, if we are to do a grander renovation, to use a process where we have a public bid and request for proposals, so that we could have potentially a variety of developers to choose from and a great level of community engagement. So next, we'll go to the next slide. And with or without renovations, the AVO Theater can accommodate municipal programs within the site. Currently, the City of Vista Parks and Recreational Services Department does not operate any programs out of the AVO Theater. However, staff has expressed to me that they're supportive of enhancing programs and even bringing in a nonprofit operator to make that happen, but they would not want to put current rentals at risk, such as Moonlight Youth Theater. You can also, again, see all the details on those scheduled programs and rentals in the packet. I think a big pull for me in this conversation, when I was first venturing into this discussion, I was really curious about renovations. What could renovations look like, right? I visited the theater. It was, there's things peeling off the walls. We need a new roof. The seating is very dated. We could definitely do for a technology upgrade, right? So I had this idea that physical renovations would be a high priority, but in speaking with the community and learning from our local businesses downtown, it sounds like enhancing the programming at the AVO Theater would be of equal value to physical renovations, if not more. I've heard from a lot of folks that were interested in more daytime programming in the downtown, and I can definitely see a benefit for that. Some of the examples of programs could include daytime programming for children, seniors, and cultural groups, live entertainment, local bands, music showcases, also art installations, vendor markets, and film viewings. And this can include anything from comedy nights, panel discussions, open mic nights, STEM fairs, bingo, and so much more. The City of Vista can pursue a partnership with a nonprofit, with nonprofit groups to enhance programs, and I think that could possibly be, an open process as well. We'll go to the next slide. So with our community partners, the City of Vista values input from stakeholders who are interested in this conversation about art, culture, amenities, and economic development. I want to thank the CVBID and business owners who made recommendations for improvements from both a short-term and a long-term perspective. More details on those recommendations are included in the packet. And I also want to thank art nonprofits, Backfence Society and Elevate 760 for sharing their priorities with me and giving examples of how we can improve programs. And I also want to acknowledge that I did get a letter from Jennifer Bradford from the Moonlight Cultural Foundation, and Moonlight Youth Theater in particular is really, cares about this spot. And there was a concern that they were not included in the conversation. And I definitely don't limit this conversation and this discussion to any of the conversations I have had. I want to continue to have conversations with the community. And I would be very supportive of developing a stakeholder group to help us move forward with AVO renovations and program enhancements. And I just want to make sure that Moonlight Youth Theater is included in that our business owners, our CVBID members are represented, that there are artists and musicians that are represented, patrons and tourists are considered, nonprofit organizations like ones I've mentioned, families and children, and the residents of the City of Vista all have a part to play in this discussion. So I want to acknowledge that. If there are any blind spots that I have, This is why I want to have a public discussion so that we can continue to enhance the cultural diversity and expression that we have here in the city of Vista. Finally, we'll go to the next slide, and I'll just articulate that I believe this conversation really helps us to enhance two particular city goals, and that would be parks and recreation and also economic development. I thank you all for participating in this discussion. I hope that we get folks to engage in tonight's public comment. If you haven't put in a card to speak yet, I'm sure our city clerk, Kathy Valdez, would be happy to receive that from you. And if you're here and you're a business owner in our downtown, or if you're an artist in our community, or if you just love live music, or you love entertainment, or you are looking for more activities during the day, then let's talk about how we can enhance those. And I'm also really looking forward to hearing from my colleagues here on the council, because I know it's not just myself that has enjoyed the AVO Theater, but I know it has made an impact to all of us. And thank you, Mayor, for pushing this item up a little bit further on our agenda so that folks that were here tonight interested in the discussion would be able to have a chance to speak on it. And with that, I will end my comments. Thank you.
And we do have 6 public speakers, so we'll go ahead and start with public comment on this item, beginning with Joe Hood, followed by Rebecca Zinda and Sid Rothenberg. And if you would, please go ahead and come sit in the front row and be ready to speak when it is your turn after you hear your name called. Mr. Hood.
Thank you. Good evening again. Many wonderful opportunities. I thought the business district recommendations in the notes were quite reasonable. One idea, however, that was not offered is to provide live entertainment in the tea shop, like the Tao of Tea in Portland, which has gone very well. Not serving alcohol would open the venue to teens, as you know, we do have 3 breweries within a block. Please postpone any decisions until the Environmental Commission weighs in. There's a strong case to be made to turn the adjacent parking lot, which is should be part of the discussion, into a tree-covered Zocalo, inviting community gatherings and discussion. Also, we should consider turning the Main Street area into a vehicle-free zone in a park-like setting, at least on weekends. Families could enjoy active mobility outings like on Halloween. As for parking, free parking encourages long stays and reduces availability, frustrating drivers and reducing business. Parking benefit districts, PBDs, have come to the rescue in many cities. Drivers pay for parking at a rate that results in 85% occupancy, meaning most of the time they'll find a space when desired. Parking fees then are used to improve the appeal of the business district, such as displaying public art, landscaping and greenery, cleaning and washing, and on, many possibilities. Improvements will attract more business, bring more revenues, etc. Del Mar has 422 meters and brings in $1.35 million a year. Pasadena started a PBD in 1997, and revenue in the business district increased 4-fold in 10 years. Pacific Beach funds an electric beach bug vehicle. San Ysidro recently started a PBD. Our general plan update should consider creative options for a truly vibrant Vista. Let's take this time to consider how the AVO could play a central role in our flourishing future. Let's support downtown Vista. Thanks.
Rebecca Zinda, followed by Sid Rothenberg and Colby Carzon.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin and City Council members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. As you stated, my name is Rebecca Zinda. I'm the 5th generation San Diegan, 3rd generation Vistan. I grew up here. I live here and I work here as I'm the musical theater director at Classical Academy Vista. And we have had a wonderful opportunity to use the AVO for this would have been our 6th year performing. Unfortunately, it wasn't available to us this year. We I have toured many, handful of venues across the 78, and luckily we found one, but I'm hoping that with this, we can utilize it, have more accessibility and more opportunity for our students to perform. I myself, as a student, have performed at the AVO, and I would hope to keep this flourishing opportunity for my own daughters and for all of my students that I direct. And in conclusion, I hope that you will approve the general fund grant to rehabilitate the AVO Playhouse. So thank you.
Thank you. Sid Rothenberg.
I may be repetitive here, but good evening, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. The AVO Theater is one of the last, it's repetitive to what Deputy Mayor Melendez said, remaining historic icons in Vista at 75 years old this year, 2024. It is showing its age and will benefit with facility upgrades and updates, and the ADA, I'm always in favor of ADA. So we have another anniversary this year, is that what you're saying, 75 years? The first Moonlight performances were in 1981. By 1984, the Moonlight was taken under the city's umbrella. What does this have to do with the AVO, you ask? You mentioned in 1995 the city bought the AVO movie theater. What you may not know is that in the early decades, all performers, musicians, and stagehands were local residents before the Moonlight evolved into what we know now. It is likely that many of these local participants in the programs conducted under the auspices of the Moonlight Cultural Foundation at the AVO, as per the letter submitted by Jennifer Bradford, the director. The CVBID recommendations say nothing about preserving the existing use and programs of the local youth, who are the future of our performing arts community. If, as per a previous speaker, there are plans for another live music venue in the downtown Vista, do we really need a competing venue at the AVO in respect to that? Participants from all the districts at the first of the Vision 2050 meeting expressed desire to retain Vista history. Perhaps there can be some infusion of new ideas without eliminating the existing AVO program benefits. I think the facade of the building needs to be left as is, as fresh coat of paint is a recognizable, historical iconic aspect of Main Street. While the interior stage, auditorium, and are upgraded and updated, retaining the performing arts and education venue. Do we really need another belly up as suggested by the CVBID? Will you be part of retaining the history of Vista? I hope so. Thank you.
Colby Carson, followed by Jim Ellis and Jason Beckwith.
Hello, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name's Colby Carson. I also was in plays at the AVO as a child. I can't speak to my singing abilities in those, but so apologies for anybody that did attend. But as the city and staff consider the revamping and rehabilitation of the AVO, there are 3 community theaters in other cities in California that I think we should look at and assess how they operate. One is the Art Theater. That's a nonprofit art theater in Long Beach. I've been to slam poetry events there, been to independent movies there. At the beginning of the showing, there's actually a message from the mayor there, so might appeal to you all. But it has a fast casual restaurant attached as well as a wine bar, so you can actually be in either one of those locations and then bring your food or wine into the theater. So something to consider and look at. Another is the Digital Gym Cinema. That's actually located in downtown San Diego. They started as a nonprofit theater and now have partnered with UCSD. So their film students at UCSD are participating in viewing films there, but it's also open to the community. They host film festivals, different film festivals like the Italian Film Festival, the Latino Film Festival there as well. Another is the Palm Theater. It's actually the first solar panel powered theater in the country in San Luis Obispo. They also have a unique partnership with the local university where film students, it's not a large part of the university there, but they're actually, if they're taking film classes, they're watching them at the Palm Theater. And then they also are a local community theater as well. That has multiple screens, not like the AVO, but there are a lot of opportunities within that. There's also no independent film in North County. As a cinephile, I have to drive really far to go see an independent film unless it just so happens to be playing at Regal San Marcos. But other than that, I'm driving 40 minutes to go see a movie. So would love to see some independent film at the AVO as more young people and creatives move to the city. Thank you.
Jim Ellis.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, City Council. Good evening. My name is Jim Ellis, and I'm a business owner downtown, and so I'm very interested in the city, both invested financially and emotionally. I think we have one of the greatest communities in San Diego. Since I don't have all the facts surrounding this Alvo Theater, I think the best thing I could do tonight is pose a number of questions to think about when we consider its future. In my opinion, I also believe a place like this has significant historical and cultural value. Is it or can it be registered as a historic building, and what are the benefits or limitations of that distinction? If the city keeps it, where would the funding come from to upgrade it to a level that would make it attractive? If we want to increase the use, where would the funding come from to sufficiently promote its use? As you know, that's a big and it's very costly. In order for it to be successful, I believe that we would also need a capable director to oversee it. Seems like the city employees are already overtaxed, so a new hire would be necessary. Do we have the funding for that? Or do you think it's capable of generating enough income to pay for that position? If monies are available from the state or federal governments, which it sounds like they are, to develop this place, are there any stipulations tied to the acceptance of these grants? What would happen if we sold the building to an investor who had adequate capital and a financially sound vision to make the Alvo Playhouse a destination music venue? I'm not saying changing the look of it at all. I think the uniqueness of our city is the fact that it's held in time. And I think you can make it an attractive, beautiful place without changing its look, which I know a lot of people are concerned about. And I love the look too. It's iconic. Would a playhouse like this in downtown Vista become a landmark and a tourism attraction? Would this lead to increased spending in local businesses? These are some of the things that come to my mind when I consider the future of the AVO. Thanks.
Thank you. Jason Beckwith, followed by Rachel Belton.
Thank you for allowing me to come down and talk. My friend Jim here said you guys were going to be talking about this tonight, and I wanted to come down and throw my 2 cents in here. Quick little background on me. I've been 50-something now, and most of those years have been spent in and around North County. I graduated from San Marcos High School. I met my wife in Carlsbad. My son was born in Tri-City. I worked for the Vista School District 26 years. My wife still works there. I've been around North County a lot. Last 5 years, I've been running a bed and breakfast out in Bonsall. I sold that and I moved back into the city. I have an apartment at the Ryland overlooking the Avo. And I see it sitting there empty almost every night. And that's a shame. I've raised kids, 2 different sets of kids in Vista. It's a shame. That thing should be open every night. I share the same memories that a lot of us do. I remember driving my son and a lot of his classmates to a field trip to go watch a play there. You know, he acted at stuff over at the Off-Broadway. You know, everyone needs to have those memories, you know. I think you guys should find somebody to either lease it long-term or sell it to me. I want to run the place. I want to take it over. I want to spend what years I have left living out in Vista and helping the community. I want to take the money that I made from selling my bed and breakfast, and I want to invest it in the Avo. I think I could do a good job at it. I've been in entertainment for more years of my life than I'm not. I currently play in a couple of bands. I've been in the San Diego music scene for probably 30 years. I've promoted all kinds of concerts at all the different clubs in North County. I even started my own concert festival called the Concert for Unity. We had the first one at Cal State San Marcos, 2 more we had at the amphitheater in Oceanside. So I'm pretty familiar with working with city, you know, organizations as far as, you know, coming alongside them and working in their venues and stuff. And I think we could be a good partner, you know. Vision I have for it is really not in reinventing the wheel either. You know, I want to keep the facade. I know that's important, you know, to people, and it is to me too. I think it's an iconic look. And seeing it sit there dark when all the rest of the, you know, places are all lit up at night, I think it's a shame. You know, I think there's good ways for cross promotion. You know, on the back of the tickets, you have some kind of a discount worked out so they directly drives them into the other places on Main Street. You work out something with North County Transit, and if you took the train into here to get to the event, you know, maybe you could get a discount, you know, or a discount on your ticket, or, you know, some way we could work together to make sure that they're, you know, not really taking a big hit on traffic and stuff, you know, because I know that's important too. It needs a steward to take it into the future, you know. There's money, sorry, I know my time's up. I know there's.
Thank you so much. Rachel Bell.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Since everyone is telling a personal story, I'll do the same. I have a personal connection to the Avo. When I worked for the City of Vista, I spent several years overseeing the facility rentals at the Avo and the Moonlight for the things that weren't city-related. And it's such a special place for me personally, and just a special place in our community. It was actually the experience of working in the Avo where I started to meet the businesses downtown and to make connections in businesses, and then ended up working in economic development because of those connections. And now here I am at the Chamber. So it's a really special place. I just want to say, so I'm Rachel Belden with the Vista Chamber, and I just want to say that the Avo is an amazing amenity with incredible potential for so many uses, day and night, and so many uses. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Chamber to say that we have an incredible interest in this topic, and we would love a seat at the table if a committee is formed to discuss the future of the Avo and opportunities and things that could happen there. We'd love to participate. And while it's really important to consider the needs and the input from the businesses downtown within the CDBG, we really also want to encourage a holistic approach and look at input from folks across the city, because it really could be a regional draw. It would be great to get ideas from as many pockets of individuals as possible. And then lastly, I wanted to say the speaker previously also mentioned the nearby transit center. I think that's an incredible opportunity for us to leverage just where the Avo is located within our downtown, both with transit opportunities. The downtown is really close to being very bikeable, and so we could really get to a place where we can draw people from the region and our community. So just thank you so much for talking about this. The Avo is a really special place, and when that neon is lit up, it's just really iconic. Thank you so much.
I'm going to offer a thought to start the conversation. I think we should have an RFP. I think we all want to see the AVO alive again and contributing to the local economy, along with the rest of the council, I'm sure. I certainly was excited by the idea that we had in the works that COVID unfortunately sort of extinguished the flame of, which was bringing a viable commercial opportunity into the AVO. I would not be in favor of selling the AVO, but I would be strongly in favor of leasing it to somebody who could operate it. I think it's something that we want to own as a city for in perpetuity so that we can protect it for future generations. And I would suggest that we open proposals, and I would want to consider the maximization of, not in this order, but certainly we want to consider revenues to the city. That'd probably be the last priority. I think the first priority would be the strength of a proposal to activate the space and create community, and particularly to develop the economy of the downtown. I would probably give the strongest weight to a proposal that would have the maximum beneficial impact on the downtown economy. But it would be nice at some point to have some revenue attached. As I was thinking during this conversation, we'll want to have some revenues and have that sort of a business relationship so that, I was just thinking like the fluorescent lights on the outside, we want to make sure that those are, and I would want to have some basic conditions like good repair for the external and internal historical features. And if we don't have any revenue, then we won't have anything to hold to make sure that we have some surety. So I think it'd be good to have some surety, but we could potentially, I would consider a percentage of gross or a percentage of net as a way to collect rent with certain guarantees to the lessee that as long as they continue to produce a certain amount of revenue or generate a certain number of visitors to our downtown, that they could continue to expect the right for a certain period of years to lease the facility with some renewals. I think those things could be proposed by the people making the proposals that we request. Those are some initial thoughts that I have. We'll go to the council. Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Deputy Mayor, for bringing this forward. As you know, the AVO is a huge part of our community. I'm sure you got a lot of calls on it. I also got a lot of calls on it. And before I start, I do want to just address the Moonlight Youth Theater and the Moonlight Cultural Foundation. I was reached out by both of those organizations. They utilize this space pretty much exclusively right now. The Moonlight Cultural Foundation, gives about $1 million back to the city to kind of, run the programs and facilities that they do. And they also service about 1,000 students. The Moonlight Youth Theater just purchased a new building, the old Union Bank building right on the corner of Civic Center Drive in South Santa Fe, and their plan is to expand their theater program and their internship program, and the interns actually end up working at the Moonlight through IATSE, servicing the actual Moonlight. So I did have a conversation with a few Cultural Foundation members and also Jennifer Bradford about this item. I think the biggest thing, and one of my favorite sayings, is that if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And a lot of people right now just feel like they're not at the table. And I really appreciate Deputy Mayor Melendez kind of specifying what this is. This is to get people to the table, to give us ideas about how we can activate the Moonlight. I've lived in Vista my entire life. I watched my first ninja movie there in 1984, Revenge of the Ninja. Juanita's Taco Shop right across the street had the Revenge of Shinobi video game in there. So it was very unique to have a ninja movie right across the street. Everybody who's spoken today has amazing ideas. Jim, I love the idea of how do we distinguish this as a historical and culturally registered landmark, and what type of hindrances would that be for somebody who's leasing it, from an interior renovation standpoint. But I think something like that would protect the cultural integrity and also the exterior facade that we've all grown so used to. So I definitely like to direct staff to look into that. the mayor, is very well versed when it comes to owning city properties. We don't want to sell this, but a long-term lease, either to a nonprofit or a investor, or developer, or music production company that could generate the markers that the mayor spoke of. One question that I had, and I think that Larry Vopel, our economic development director, would be able to help me with this. We talk about percentage of net revenue being kind of a key factor. For me, it's more about, feet in our downtown. How many people are you activating in our downtown? I know that there was the Food Truck Fridays that happened in downtown, which there were some businesses that were unhappy with and some businesses that were very happy with. But at the end of the day, Larry Vopel was able to give us some information on the additional people that were brought to our downtown because of that particular event. Larry, if you could come forward real quick, I just have a couple questions for you. So for me, when it comes to if this is a successful new venue that's activated, for me, it's more about how many more people are coming to downtown that are experiencing our businesses, more so than what type of revenue can it generate, because it hasn't really generated a lot of revenue. So I feel like this should be a revenue generating tool for us. So my question for you, Larry, is in the event we send out a RFP and we have a nonprofit or some type of agency take over this, within a 6 to 12 month period, is there a way for us to get a baseline report from when they start and then maybe an update report 6 months later of what the increased foot traffic has been in downtown after implementing some of these programs?
Yes, absolutely. We utilize a firm that captures cell phone data.
Okay.
And has algorithms to project foot traffic and revenue spend as well.
So we're watching you with your little Bluetooths and your little cell phones. Keep those on when you're walking down through Vista. So I think that's a great gauge of, hey, is this really benefiting our community? How many more how much more foot traffic do we have in the downtown because of this venue? I really do think we're going to have to create a subcommittee to actually implement everybody's ideas. Having a indie film or even old films like, have my kids watch Ferris Bueller's Day Off? No, can't we get some old films in there? I think that'd be great to activate it. Like I say, first movie I watched was at Avo, and I think it was $2, which was fantastic. Not that I want to do it at that price, but I think that's great. Older movies. Also silent disco. Let's find a way to get rid of those chairs, and silent disco sounds awesome. But more than anything, there is also a long-term vision for the Avo, and that's what I don't want to mix up with this meeting. What I'm kind of hoping in the RFP that I'm looking for is more of a short term, like a 6 to 12 month RFP from a nonprofit or some type of music producer venue, somebody who can activate it, that can do these things without a lot of tenant improvements per se and money. We already have a venue, a poetry slam, a comedy show, a music venue. That's all already set up there that we don't have to do a whole lot. So what I'd like to do is get an RFP out basically as quick as possible for a community partner that wants to activate the Avo. My most important piece of this puzzle is that I don't want to jeopardize the Moonlight Youth Theater or the Moonlight Cultural Foundation's ability to operate their business. So it is a business that they run. They do rent it. They do pay for the space. So I want to make sure before we commit dates to the new nonprofit, whether it's for an event or something, that they know these are actual dates that are already reserved for the Moonlight Youth Theater. And within their tenancy, the Moonlight Youth Theater will already have picked all those dates. They need to know nothing is adjustable as well, but really get that worked out so that the Moonlight Cultural Foundation and Youth Theater know that they mean a lot to us. My kids, performed over there. My daughter, Alyssa, was Gloria, the hip, 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 hippo in Madagascar. So super big fan of that. But I really think that that's the direction that I want to go with it. From a long-term standpoint, I do want to see the interior of the Avo remodeled. I love to see it kind of blending into the cafe next door, whether it's a non-alcoholic venue and it's a kid or theater program, and then maybe at the nightlife time, a bar or whatever would be great. But long-term wise, I think there needs to be two different RFPs. One to actually revamp and really rebrand the Avo as what it's going to be, and then another one for the meantime. Is who can we get there like next month, as quick as possible to say all those nights you're looking out your window and there's nothing going on at the Avo, which is, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, whatever nights those are, they can program those for our downtown and work with our business owners to figure out what the best programs would be. And I know there's a lot of nonprofits and a lot of people who would like to dedicate their time to this. And if we're not going to charge them an arm and a leg to rent it, which I don't think we should to start, we should be kind of coming up with good programming ideas. I really feel like there could be a lot of people coming kind of out of the woodwork. If this becomes a long-term thing, as somebody mentioned, we may need to hire a director. Whatever nonprofit comes forward is going to need to figure out how they're going to generate revenue to hire the person or to keep that person, employed and keep things going. Because I don't think paying that director should be the city's responsibility. Giving the venue at a discounted rate to get it activated in the town should allow them to produce enough income to pay a director. And I would, in my RFP, require that there be a director dedicated to whatever nonprofit it is to this particular program. So I don't want to, might need to be a larger and better established nonprofit. I know we also have Discover Vista that does a lot of nonprofit things. They would also need to come at us with a director proposal because I don't want to just kind of leave it floating out there. So as far as ideas, people have great ideas. Yes, let's do a community meeting. Let's send out an RFP for activation right now. I also received the email that Katie and Sarah and Natalie sent over about these ideas. Mommy and Me film viewings, children's programs, magic shows, film festivals, huge. So these are all great ideas. I'd love to get them implemented in, and I think they would do wonders for our local businesses and even inspire some more people to go to the Film Hub and make some movies, Let's go, Jim Ellis. So thank you so much for bringing this forward, Katie. I'm looking forward to getting this on an agenda or some type of committee formed soon, and also working to get an RFP sent out to somebody who wants to activate this space.
Councilmember Contreras.
Well, I've said it for a long time that the AVO should be an economic engine for our downtown, and it currently is not performing. It needs an oil change severely. So I am all in favor of kind of what's been laid out. One, I never want to sell the AVO. I do not like selling public property. We don't have a lot of it. One of the issues for me too when it comes to selling or leasing without particular parameters for public access is losing public access. And I think that there could be a lot done when we're able to figure out a way to have more of the public participate in the programming of the AVO. But I'm okay, I'm open to leasing, but it's going to have, from my end, it's going to have very strict parameters as far as public access. There's no way around it for me when it comes to that. I look at the AVO and it reminds me a little bit, I went to school in Santa Barbara and I actually studied film and media studies and doubled in sociology, and downtown Santa Barbara has a whole film festival. They have a host of different venues. And the AVO really strikes me as something like, the Arlington Theater or Granada. And I would it breaks my heart every time I see it and there's not activity happening there. I'm on board with this idea of having a short-term plan, but also keeping in mind that could be different for a long-term plan. And I really want to be open with the public about that. Curbside Cafe is right next door. The city actually owns that building. If there was going to be, a feasible option for a long term, it could make sense to also program the curbside location differently, right? Right now, it provides incredible food, but only to a certain time. After that, that whole chunk is just dead. And it's a lot of missed revenue for the city, revenue for our businesses. I love the bringing in the idea about North County Transit District. I get to represent the city. It's my honor and a huge responsibility to represent the city on North County Transit District. There is a lot of connection that needs to happen for a variety of reasons to really connect that transit center better to our downtown. And hopefully, with the grade separation, if we're competitive for that and we can get all these millions of dollars from the federal government to build that, we could have a much more integrated way to connect folks from the transit center to the downtown. And keep in mind too, that North County Transit District is looking to develop their underutilized parking lots, and the city of Vista has several of those that have been identified, 2 of which are right at the transit center, right? There's the big parking lot across the street and the longer rectangular one right next to where the Sprinter comes. Those are on hold as North County Transit District does its assessment, looking for, possible grade separation. But that could be transit-oriented development. There, at one point they were talking about a hotel. So it's going to be critical that as that area develops, we have a place to have those folks come enjoy the downtown, right? So I'm 100% on board. I will say, and I can't remember, maybe you remember this, Councilmember O'Donnell, but you and I got to speak to Assemblymember Lori Davies, and I think in our session, we brought up the AVO. I think I brought it up and we were talking about it. So I'm really happy that we were able to get funding. We definitely need some kind of renovation on the inside. The exterior, I don't want to really mess with it. In the long term, maybe on the curbside side of it, maybe there's a renovation there, but that the actual structure of the theater proper, I think it's incredible. Depending on where you're at in Vista, you can see it, which is really cool. So I really believe that we do need to have some kind of a committee that pulls a lot of ideas together and collaborates and helps the city figure out how to maximize the potential of this currently underutilized building. I definitely want to continue to have the opportunity for youth theater to be there. I love the idea about having independent films, having a film festival. We need venues for that. And this is a really great opportunity for us to start working in that direction. I will say that when it comes to major renovations, it's a lot of money. It is a ton of money because, to bring up a point that one of the public commenters made when it comes to ADA, this building as is grandfathered. But as soon as we start doing certain renovations, it triggers ADA updates, which is a significant cost, a multi-million-dollar cost, right? So that's what makes it difficult too for an operator to figure out that piece. And it makes it difficult for the city to figure out how to allocate funding to make sure that we can get it to a place where it's performing. I do want to call attention to the agenda report, page 2, which looks at the current rental rates for the facility. I want an assessment from staff to see if the current rates are, I'm on board with Councilmember Green and your comments about this doesn't have to generate for the city a ton of revenue, but it needs to be a space that generates foot traffic for the rest of the downtown and provides a lot of different experiences. I don't have the information in front of me, but it's something that I would like to discuss with staff, and maybe it comes back to the council as a whole. Do we need to look at the rates for the AVO Playhouse? Because just looking at this, if I wanted to hold, let's say, I want to hold like a karaoke concert or whatever, I'm paying a lot of money. And I'm probably not going to recuperate that money with ticket sales. But I will be activating that space, right? So, I know that there's a lot of nonprofits and a lot of different independent artists that would be able to bring an entirely different group of people to the downtown to experience it. So I want to say, without having enough information, I do want to say that I have a feeling that the rate structure might be prohibitive of activating the space for certain groups that don't have a lot of funding. And aren't able to recuperate the price because maybe you have a $5 to $10 ticket. That's going to be real hard to, if you're looking for additional hours and you're trying to set up during a non-performance day and then on performance day, right? It ends up being a lot of money. So I'm curious to see what staff's recommendation would be. If the goal is to activate, then we might have to take a look at this fee structure. Outside of that, I'm really excited to see what can be. Additionally, I think that there's a lot in this downtown area and on Main Street that needs to change for the better. And I look forward to hearing more and more from the community about what you want to see and how we can work together and utilize the resources that the city has, do any kind of public-private partnership, and really start creating a destination, not just for folks here in Vista, but folks across the region. It definitely can happen, but we have to be really focused on what the goals should be, right? And what the outcomes are that we want to see. And there will have to be give and take in order to meet those objectives. So thank you, Deputy Mayor, for bringing this forward. Thank you to all the speakers, incredible ideas. If we could have this fully solar, that'd be super cool too. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melendez, for bringing this forward and for all of your extensive work on this. I really do appreciate the ideas. Thank you to all the speakers tonight as well for coming out to have this discussion. I actually like the idea of 2 RFPs just for a short term and then trying to find one to go into a longer term. I still have a larger concern for a long-term one on the cost of the renovation and finding the right partner to make that happen. But I believe we can find it if we find the right RFP for it and the right partner for it. At no point will I ever be willing to sell the AVO so long as I sit on this council. So I'm in full agreement on that as well. I mean, the AVO is a gem in downtown Vista. I mean, if you go look at any photo anybody ever takes down there, it's the Heart Locks and it's the AVO Theater. You know, it's the same thing every time. So to preserve the historical look of the building is going to be my #1 priority for however we renovate it. I definitely want to activate that space as a space for our community to enjoy, and not just for our community, but to draw other people in. You know, we talk about public transit, but once we complete the Inland Rail Trail, you're going to have even greater access to downtown. So whatever that looks like, whether we shut down streets or whatever we do on a weekend, and I know we have at some point we'll have a larger discussion about that, but to activate it in a way that we can draw people in and bring people here and make it a destination so that our community can enjoy it and people from outside communities. You know, I don't know if we need another Belly Up, but I think it'd be a great idea to have local artists, local musicians, even do a battle of band with high schools if they want to do it there. You know, whatever it is, I'm not against having music there, but I love the idea of comedy shows and plays and roundtable discussions, doing poetry there. You know, I hesitate to even tell this because I think my wife will kill me, but she was actually in theater. She played a tree one time in high school, so she is a huge fan of the arts and theater. So I definitely want to make sure we protect the Moonlight Youth and the Cultural Foundation and keep it activated for them so it's not going to be detrimental or have a negative impact in any way. You know, but back to one of the points, you know, we had a speaker tonight talking about a building that they're renovating, and it's going to cost them $10 million. That building is a half a block away. And so the reality is this is going to be a very expensive project, but I think that we can get there. And I think that the ideas that we've had tonight and the discussion that we've had tonight and the future discussions that we're going to have are going to be very important in making that happen. So, yeah, I mean, I love all the ideas and appreciate the conversation with the council tonight. I really appreciate the feedback from the community and your engagement. I look forward to a larger community discussion. I'd be happy to myself to even host a town hall with District 4 to have discussions on what they'd like to see. And I'd encourage it with all of our council because I think that if we do this right, it can be such a tremendous beacon for our downtown area to draw in business, to activate the space, and to really, really uplift all the businesses that are in downtown. So thank you again for bringing it forward, Deputy Mayor, and I will look forward to future conversations about it.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you all for the great discussion. I really appreciate it. We're able to come to consensus on a number of items. The first I'm hearing is to retain the Avo Theater as city-owned, which I absolutely support. Second would be to maintain Moonlight Youth Theater's activities within the Avo Theater. And within the agenda packet, you'll note the very detailed calendar of all of the scheduled performances and rehearsal schedules and all of the times that Moonlight Youth Theater has reserved the AVO. So I would hope that in the process of finding a community partner, that they would be able to be creative and activate the AVO within the confines of that calendar. I think within the short term, I would also support a program partner and a request for proposals that go out. And I really appreciate something that Councilmember Green said, which is we already have a venue, right? And the city might have, staffing capacity challenges to lead our own programming there. But there's no reason why we can't open it up a little bit, maybe even taking a look at the fee schedule there, and allow for more cultural expression in our downtown, because with cultural expression and the arts, you bring patrons who want to shop at our local businesses and eat at our local restaurants. So we absolutely need a partner to make that happen. I'm also hearing consensus regarding a stakeholder committee, and everybody is welcome to the table. This is the first of many, many discussions. What I would like more information from our city staff, perhaps city manager, you can speak to this. What would you need from us today in order to form that stakeholder committee? I'm sure that we, would want to make sure that a variety of stakeholders are involved. How would we go about that?
So we would most likely want to know who on the council would be on that committee, and then we could sit down with that assigned person or persons to establish what the committee would be made up of.
I don't know if it's necessary for a member of our elected body to be on that committee. If we could direct staff to work with a community stakeholder group,
Sure.
I think that would be more appropriate. But do we need to identify now who would be involved in that stakeholder group, or would staff have an idea of who they would
We
reach
could
out
come
to?
back with some recommendations and get council direction on that.
Okay, I'm supportive of that. And then also, we're grateful for the $250,000 earmark from Assemblymember Lori Davies. Would we need to have a motion to approve the resolution? Okay, so I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the resolution and receive the $250,000 state earmark from Assemblymember Lori Davies tonight. And that would be going towards the ADA and accessibility improvements and renovations at the Avo Theater. And outside of that, I think it's more of an open discussion. I think hopefully you have consensus from us on what some of the direction that we want to provide. This is a real opportunity for us to bring better economic opportunity downtown, to have more cultural expression and cultural diversity too, and bring more people into this performance space. And I'm hoping that we will be able to hear more soon. So what can we expect in terms of a time frame for, one, the stakeholder committee, and then also an RFP?
So we could bring back the stakeholder committee for discussion and direction from council in like the second meeting in March, probably. As far as developing an RFP, I'll have to talk to staff about the time frame they're going to need to put that together, but we can report out on that when we come back on March 26th.
Okay, I would say that a stakeholder committee is, first and foremost the priority, and that they would, of course, inform our RFP process. So I'm amenable to that. And with that, hopefully I get a second, we can receive this grant from Assemblymember Lori Davies.
Councilmember Green.
First thing I'll do is second that amazing motion to receive free money like that. I just wanted to say a couple things before we move on here. What we're doing today is really expanding on what a lot of Vistans have done before us. And we would, be not serving our community like we should if we didn't just thank everybody who had been there before us. The Randall Art Ranch, I saw Jaden Sterling here earlier. Her and her husband created the Locks of Love that everybody takes pictures in front of. Also, the Alley Art Man, the Alley Art Cat, the Alley Art Festival, the Alley Art Woman, a lady named Maureen Barrick, who was a pillar of this community. All of these things that community members have done have helped bring the downtown where it is today. Our old mayor, Judy Ritter, invented the Vista Village Business Association, which has transformed into Discover Vista and so many other things. So I just want to thank everybody that's done anything to redevelop our downtown and activate our downtown. As elected officials, we stand on the shoulders of giants before us. One of my favorite sayings, like I say, is that if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And hopefully this meeting today shows all Vistans who are stakeholders that we want you to be at the table. We want to be able to come up with a good, cohesive plan. And we also appreciate everything that everyone to this point has done for Vista and for this venue. So I just wanted to say that and make sure Vista knows we love you, we appreciate you, and we're really looking forward to expanding on all the great work that the people before us have already done. Thank you.
Councilmember Contreras.
Just want to ask a follow-up question on the fee structure. I know that we accept fee structure. When is that coming to the council? Just in general for our whole.
We typically review fees on an annual basis, and I'm looking back at Mr. Pacheco if you have any idea when we're going to next bring our
Come on
fees
down.
forward. I think it's June.
Thank you for the question. So we usually do this when we're presenting the budget, and we're usually presenting the budget in that May timeframe, and it's all part of the whole package May, and it's actually forecasting for the following summer because you've already approved for this summer's fees.
Okay, so would we be able to change the fees that we already approved?
We've already got people that have signed up for. Okay,
you don't want to
Good
give
question.
refunds?
No,
Okay,
yeah.
I get it.
It would have to be for next. It'd be for next summer. It would
Okay.
be starting in January 2025.
So in a few months, we're going to review that fee structure again.
Correct.
I really just want to ensure that when we do review that fee structure, that we have additional information from staff about what the AVO, right now it's AVO or Club M. I think that we need to separate those two. They're totally different venues. And the AVO Playhouse should have its own fee structure. And I really implore my council to think about activating the AVO and what that takes. And it may mean that we need to take less revenue and possibly have some, these fees help to pay for staff. So, and essentially it would be a subsidy, right? So, and we provide a subsidy for, the Moonlight, and we've been really fortunate to not have to utilize that subsidy. And I have brought it up before to my council, should we think about the AVO Playhouse when we're saving money on a subsidy for Moonlight because it's performing so well, and what would that look like? So when this comes back to the council as part of the whole fee structure, I want to see the AVO separated from Club M, and I want to see different fee structures presented to the council. And that's something that I can even work with staff offline to do, but that would be my hope, that we could activate it immediately. And I think the fee structure might be prohibitive for that. Secondly, thank you so much. Secondly, I just wanted to lend support to having a committee and not having a council member be part of that committee. I think that we have plenty of talent out in our community, and as much as I love being part of all the discussions that I possibly can, I have no expertise in this outside of what I studied. And, being a patron and going to different art things. So I want to leave it up to the experts to figure it out. And I'm sure that through that process, we will get a lot of good recommendations and feedback. And I do believe that the committee, I agree with Deputy Mayor, that the committee is critical and the committee could help inform the future RFPs that we're looking at having at some point.
Councilmember Green.
Last thing, I just want to agree with Councilmember Contreras' idea when it comes to fee structure to separate the AVO and Club M because they are two totally different venues. And maybe we just get head shakes from the people on the council so that we can have consensus to bring that back. So please, thank you. Good stuff.
Okay, so we have a motion to accept the funds from the state of California through our Assemblywoman, and we have a second, so please cast your votes on that. That item passes unanimously. And if there's nothing else on this item, we're going to go backwards to item D2. I asked for this item to be on the agenda. It's essentially, I'm just asking for us to give direction to staff to conduct an analysis at our upcoming second quarter financial report of the effect of inflation over the last, I would say, 4 years on our staff's compensation. We've had a number of contracted and we've had 2 off-contract pay increases to try and keep our people at inflation so that they don't lose purchasing power in their salaries. And that's something I'd like to take a look at and make sure that we're keeping our employees at and consistent with inflation so that they're not losing purchasing power. We do have a public speaker on this item, which is Nate Woods. So if I could, I'd ask Nate to come forward and be heard. Thanks for being patient.
Greetings, Mayor Franklin and the esteemed members of the City Council. My name is Nate Woods. I am a carpenter and flyman by trade with the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, for which I also serve as a steward and executive board member. In 2013, I first moved to live in Vista and began working at the Moonlight Theater in 2014. My mother also worked for the city for 35 years until her retirement in 2015. That is all to say that the city of Vista has either been a home to me or a part of my life since as early as I can remember. I speak today on behalf of myself as well as the Moonlight Stage Employees Bargaining Unit in their ongoing negotiations with the city of Vista and the Moonlight Amphitheater. Regarding item D2, I myself in 2016 was faced with a very difficult decision for me, which was to decide between being able to continue living in the city and working at a venue that I very much continue to enjoy working at, or move elsewhere and seek more gainful employment, because particularly at that venue, the wages were simply not acceptable to even survive on, much less to live on. While I have continued to work at the Moonlight in the years since to the best of my ability, I have seen over these years a consistent trend of other workers being forced to make that same difficult choice, despite expressing clear and present desire to stay working at the Moonlight. They simply cannot afford to do so. So with that said, I urge the council to just seriously consider any action that would help lend itself to providing more industry standard wages for workers in that space and citywide. This would be instrumental in both recruiting and retaining the kind of dedicated, passionate, and skilled workers that the Moonlight and the city itself has steadily grown to need, while also giving those same workers the opportunity to live, work, and most importantly, spend money in this beautiful city. Thank you for your time and consideration. I personally and my union remain committed to engaging in further constructive dialogue with the council to address this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, I have a few comments, but before I make them, I just want to make it very clear that I think first and foremost, the way that we treat our employees when We, as an elected official, have a lot of different authority that we should conduct all communication with our employees in a kind and compassionate manner with no yelling, belittling, and micromanaging. So I just want to put that out because I think that's a zero cost that could really improve the way that our employees experience their positions. Outside of that, I think it's really important for us as a council to look at lower level non-management and make sure that there's a competitive salary. So that means that we'll have to do some kind of a salary survey. I think about, our staff on, doing public works where they're out, boots on the ground. I really think that we need to look at our lower tiers and make sure that folks across the board in these lower tiers of compensation have a living wage so that they can live here in Vista, they can work here in Vista and play here in Vista. It's just keeping those local dollars in circulation and increasing the economic vitality of our entire Vista. So, as much as I love, folks like the city manager, I don't necessarily, I'm not trying to make him 100% whole on inflation because, a salary like that is way more than what most of the people in the city make. So I just want to make sure that we're taking a look at the lower tiers, and it's beyond the discussion, I guess, of inflation because there's such a large gap, and we need to figure it out. In addition, I think it's really important for us to also look at temporary and seasonal positions. We have a hard time getting folks, to be lifeguards and some of these other kind of part-time seasonal positions. It's really terrible to be training someone, spending a lot of time investing in their growth and being able to meet the responsibilities of their job and then losing those folks. So I think even on a seasonal basis, can we have, think about something like a seasonal return bonus or wage increase, right? If we have someone that was a lifeguard in a previous season and they come back, what kind of compensation makes sense to make sure that we do continue to have folks that are already trained come back. So I really see it as a pretty large issue, and I thank Mayor Franklin for bringing this forward because it provides me an opportunity to discuss some of the things that I see. I know that when I tried to live off of a lower wage so that I could really conduct and focus on the duties of the council, it was really tough. And I don't want folks to struggle like that, So I think when we look at making employees whole, we have to look beyond inflation and make sure that we are really investing in our workforce and retaining our workforce, because that's really what makes Vista go. So that's all I have to say about it. Thank you.
I just want to give a little more context to my thoughts on this subject. Our two primary sources of revenue as a city, sales tax and property tax, are both directly impacted by inflation. That is to say, when we have inflation, our revenues go up in inflated dollars, but they go up. And I just want to make sure as a council, as we're looking at our spending priorities and we're examining what appear to be new dollars that are available in our budget, I just want to make sure that first we're taking care of our people, making sure that they can buy the same number of tanks of gasoline and loaves of bread at the grocery store. And as I'm looking at the San Diego County AMI chart right here, looking at the median income, for instance, we're providing housing subsidies for those individuals with a family of one making $98,000 and with a family of, say, five, $151,000. So those are individuals that are qualified to receive a housing subsidy. So while I would agree with you, I'm not particularly concerned about the city manager as an individual, but I would ask the council to look holistically at all of our employees, because even those that are earning $100,000 here in Vista, as we know, to afford a home here in Vista is extremely expensive. So we do want to provide a quality of life. I just think it's a fundamental issue of fairness, that when our revenues go up, we don't capture those dollars and go, ooh, we can do new things. I think first we want to make sure that we pass our increases that are inflationary, purely inflationary, along to our employees so they don't lose purchasing power. I think that's just a fair thing to do. And we don't know because we haven't conducted an analysis yet. I'm just asking council to agree to direct staff to simply bring that back. We don't know whether our different sectors of our different bargaining units, some of them may be ahead of inflation, they may all be behind inflation, but we haven't done the analysis, so it'd be nice to see those numbers so that we can have that conversation. Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for bringing this forward. I think you're actually doing a huge service for our employees. As a guy who's been sitting on this council for almost 8 years, I've conducted a lot of negotiations with bargaining units, and whether it's the Vista Chief Officers Association, the Vista Firefighters Association, the City Employees Association, or the Public Works Association. Those are the 4 that we deal with. Each one of them has kind of come to us in a different way. Vista Firefighters Association has always been really aggressive when it comes to negotiating. They have union dues, so there's a lot of money they have to do their own salary studies and things, and that's been great for them. As of 2016, we got them from where they were 18th, 19th in the county up to median, about 8, 9 in the county, and now Vista is a much more desirable place to work because they spent their money on that. When it comes to our City Employees Association, our Public Works Association, in speaking with their heads of associations, they've really never had any, training on how to negotiate, salaries. They've always had a Me Too clause with, the City Employees Association, and their increases historically had been lower than the firefighters' increases. And to my knowledge, I've never actually seen a salary study on like our IATSE employees, our Public Works employees, or our City Employees Association. So I think that you directing staff to do a little more digging in this and say, hey, where are our employees currently ranked when it comes to countywide in the positions they're in? If you work in wastewater, are you getting paid at a certain level, median level in wastewater? If you're working in Public Works, if you're working in the, city clerk's office, all those different positions are typically the same positions that are in different municipalities. So what I'd like to see is kind of a, salary study, kind of seeing where they are. The other thing I want to make sure that the community knows is over the last 2 years, just to date, we have given our employees an 11% increase in their pay over the last 2 years. So that's about 5.5% per year. They have another 2.5% increase set to go in July, which means over the last 2 years, once we hit July of 2024, they received a 13.5% pay increase. I am a self-employed gentleman. I don't get a set pay increase annually when inflation, but I have good months and I have bad months. What I'm getting at here is that when we look at increasing salaries across the board and we look at doing additional, bonuses that weren't budgeted in, we have to maintain those in perpetuity. To give the city an idea, a 3% salary raise is $1.5 million. So 13.5% salary increase is costing our city $6.75 million every year forever. That's not a one-time cost. So as electeds, it is our job to be very fiscally responsible and make sure that we're not doing something that's not sustainable. When we had the recession, the city of Vista did have to lay a lot of employees off. One thing that I always hear from the Leadership Academy graduates, and if you haven't attended the Leadership Academy and you're watching, attend it. It's amazing. But they're so impressed on what Vista does with so little. And I don't mean that we have so little, but our employees are doing a lot of work. The money that we receive isn't as much as some of these other cities that are getting a lot of property tax revenue. And we are able to really keep that close to our belt, provide amazing programs and amazing services. And I want to make sure that our employees are paid median or better when it comes to the county. We're not the richest city, but we're not the poorest city. But it also needs to be made sure that it's something that's sustainable for future employees. We do want to be a destination employee, an employer of choice per se. And I think doing things like this for our employees shows that we care. And if you haven't spent the money doing the survey, we want to pay to do the survey for you so that you can see, hey, you're paid wherever you're paid. We did a survey for our chief officers and we were shocked to find out where they were at in the ranking of things because they hadn't done a study. So I'm looking forward to doing that. Hopefully that's in the mayor's proposal as far as unpacking this and, if an increase across the board is due. And the other thing that I'd like to speak with is from a Mike Sylvia standpoint, who's our director of finance, is when it comes to the level and percentages of increases in salaries, if we're at 13.5 or 16.5 or 17.5, is that matching our revenue percentage increase? And is that also a good forecast that we can maintain? Because, there's ups and downs in business, there's ups and downs in taxation, and we don't want to get into a position where we have to take something away. It's like once people start paying tax, we're not going to get rid of it because then they won't give it back to us. Same thing with salaries. Once we get there, there's no going down, there's no going back. So we want to make sure that we set that number at a fiscally sustainable level for the city. So that's my main concern. But when it comes to City of Vista employees and how I think they should be compensated, there are no better employees in the county of San Diego or in the nation as far as I'm concerned. The atmosphere you guys provide for our citizens, the welcoming personalities that you have, and the problem-solving abilities that 99.9% of our city employees have are remarkable. And I'm blessed to work with you guys, and we're blessed to have you guys employed here in the City of Vista. So thank you for bringing this forward, Mayor. I really feel like this is a great service for our employees, and I definitely support this 100%. Thank you.
Just a quick addition to the number that you cited, that's what I want to see is these numbers added up over the last 3 and 4 years. But inflation nationally was like 16.1% over the last 3 years alone. It's been extraordinary, and that's the reason I wanted to take a look at this. If you look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics CPI index just for the San Diego, what's called the Carlsbad San Diego region, it's actually higher by about 2 points. So here regionally, we've had even higher inflation. So like I say, I want to make sure that as inflation has brought our city revenues up because, the price of goods and services and real estate is higher in the city, I just want to make sure that we're not enjoying all the benefits of a few extra dollars while we're not taking care of our people and making sure that they can afford to buy the exact same amount of, whether it's clothes and diapers or gasoline or vacations. Or contributions to their family's retirement or college education. I just want to make sure our people don't get left behind when we have extraordinary inflation like this.
For sure. I'm fine having less surplus spending at the end of the year, Mayor. I think that's a great idea.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
So I like the idea of this. The information I would like, it's kind of echoing what Councilmember Green and yourself have already said. I want to know where we are relative to other cities and their pay scale for our employees within the San Diego County region. I also want to know what other cities have done relative to inflation. If they have raised their salaries based on inflation over that same 3-year period or 4-year period, whatever we look at, to see if they're trying to keep up with the trend. I know that just at a personal level, the cost of living is just astronomical all over the state of California. If you can find me a cheeseburger at a bar right now for under $17, I would be amazed because food prices are up 26% over the last 3 years. Gasoline's the highest in the nation in California. We pay the highest energy rates in the nation. To try and afford a home right now, even in our city, it is impossible with a 7%, 6.5% interest rate. So it is very impactful to look over this information and find out exactly where we're at and how we might be able to benefit our employees, because I thank you all the time, and the reason for it is because we don't make you look good. It's the other way around. Your hard work makes us look good, and I am genuinely grateful for everything our employees do and our staff does at the City of Vista. I know we are lean, I know we are thin, but you all do an amazing job, so thank you and keep up the great work. The other information I'd like to know is, the Me Too clause. Relative to our City Employee Association, our Public Works, IATSE, seasonal works, whatever it might be, if we were to look at the lower tier, and City Attorney, you might even be able to answer this now, but if we were to give a lower tiered individual a raise, would that automatically kick in a raise to all those individuals above them, even though it might not be the intended consequence of what we're trying to do?
It might depend on how the Me Too clauses are structured.
So I don't want to add any more work to staff, but if we could have an idea of how that would impact anybody above a lower tier on the pay scale, that would also be helpful, because it's a great idea to try and make sure we're making people whole, but if we have the unintended consequence of giving a raise to individuals that might not necessarily need one, well, let me Not that they don't need one, but it may not be the intended individuals we're trying to give a raise to. And the overall cost that might incur may be detrimental to the city. So, but I like the idea of this discussion. I like the idea of bringing it back once we have more information and having a larger discussion on what we're trying to do and accomplish. So just thank you for bringing it forward, and those are all my comments. That's it.
Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, I just want to underscore, because I want to make sure that we're able to look at compensation surveys, not just in the realm of inflation, but in general. Because this item is the effect of inflation on citywide compensation. The recommendation is discuss the effect of inflation on citywide compensation and provide direction to staff. But some of the things that we're talking about is outside of the scope of just inflation. It's the fact that some people do not have a wage high enough that allows them to live, and we don't have workforce housing. This is why we need to have a really just keep moving forward as much as we can with affordable housing, because the AMI stats that you read out to the public, it's incredible, right? From 0 to 120% AMI, you still, if you're making $98,000, you're still needing some kind of affordability. So I just want to make sure, City Attorney, are we able to provide direction outside of the idea of just looking at the effect of inflation and look at a citywide compensation across the board?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's general enough. We're looking at compensation. I think the topic's general enough.
Okay, and you have enough direction, because it seems like everybody really wants to see how we can navigate compensation. You're good.
I actually want to be clear that the intent of the discussion tonight was to look at inflation and the impact across the board of our city staff. And so we will bring that back as part of the second quarter report on March 12th and report out where we've gone with inflation over the last 4 years and where our compensation citywide has gone comparatively. But if you're talking about classification studies and looking at salaries across the board, that's a much bigger effort that we won't be able to bring back by March 12th. We can do that with council's direction. There's a cost involved typically to go out and do a full salary study, because we look at all of the classifications across the board and we look at other cities, and it's a big, thick, timely analysis.
Yeah, about how much does that cost?
So I can find out what that's going to cost, but my gut is it's probably in the $100,000 range.
Okay,
to
like
evaluate.
150?
That's somewhere
around there?
what
Okay.
I'm guessing.
And we do have some surveys in the works.
We do. Right now we're looking at Public Works and IT as departments, but we haven't done a citywide survey.
And do any of these surveys, have they ever included our temporary and seasonal staff?
Not to my knowledge.
I think we need to.
So we can do that.
That's where I'm confused as to what kind of motion can be made within legal parameters, because this discussion is very clearly stated that it's about inflation. But this issue is beyond inflation. Even if we were making folks whole, they're whole to a point where they still don't have enough wages. There's still not enough salary.
Well, I think what the city attorney said is we can take direction tonight if the council wants to provide direction on preparing a citywide salary survey and bringing that back for discussion.
I'll go ahead and move that we do direct staff to provide a salary survey across the board, because I don't want to just give lip service to inflation. I really want to get to the root of the issue, which is that some folks in our city are not making enough money to be compensated for the amount of labor and the value of that labor that they are providing. So I will make that motion. We'll see where the rest of the council stands. Thank you.
Let me offer a thought with respect to that. So as we do our negotiations with each of our different labor unions, labor units, we do conduct those salary surveys. And so within any 3-year period of time, we've conducted those surveys for our bargaining units. So I hear what you're saying, which is there are some units that we may not have conducted that. So may I suggest that perhaps if that's the focus there, those that have not been studied in the past and haven't been studied within the last 3 years, and presently there's no direction to study them within the next year, maybe is that what we would want to do first, and those that we have studied within the last few years during negotiations? Yes, please.
My only concern with that is that if we are looking at current compensation, that data is old. Maybe that is not the case. City manager, is that data going to be, if it's been conducted in the last 3 years, is that going to be relevant to the ability for us to have a good data point to understand where we need to move compensation?
Might be a little outdated, but why don't you let me do a little analysis of what I can bring back in the way of options for classification studies, what it's going to cost, what we really need to look at, what we haven't looked at. The mayor's right, we will do those studies when we go into our next round of negotiations, which will likely be next summer. But if you wanted to look at something before that, I can certainly bring back options.
Okay, I don't want to take time out of turn. I just want to see if then the motion that I made has to be amended to be something along the lines that the city manager just said, and if there would be the will of the council to move that forward. So,
For me personally, I think that because I think the city manager very clearly heard the direction from staff, and I think that allowing the city manager to come back with recommendations based on what he's heard here, and if I'm correct in what I'm hearing from you, perhaps start with any units that have not been studied in the past. Is that fair?
yeah, that's getting to fair. I really want to use the best data possible because I just don't, there's been a lot of different things in 3 years, inflation being one of them, right? Other cities, what are they doing? Like Councilmember O'Donnell asked, what are other cities doing? So I just don't, I for sure want to look at bargaining units that haven't been ever looked at. But I have a concern that the salary surveys that we have that are too old are just too old. So
I guess what I'm trying to say is, when we go through our negotiations with our different bargaining units, we go through this entire conversation about, are our wages competitive? Are we paying enough for retention? Are our negotiating units happy? We sit down and have that back and forth across the table, and we negotiate a contract for a period of years. We're anywhere from 1 year to 3 years away from the expiration of those contracts. So I guess that question of, I guess I'm not wanting to reopen all of the contracts. I mean, that would be a huge undertaking, and I don't think anybody's asking for that necessarily. I'm very much aware that IATSE, would like us to come to terms, and that conversation is ongoing. So that's a specific concern to be addressed. But we have contracts that our negotiating units are happy with. My concern, and the reason I brought this up, is because we don't see 16% in 3 years very often. It's extraordinary, and it has had a real impact on what our employees can afford in terms of housing and all their necessities. And that's why I just want to be fair, because it's also lifted our city revenues and taxes. And I'm just concerned that we forget about in a time of extraordinary inflation. Normally, we're trying to guess in advance what inflation is going to be based on historical numbers. We've never seen this kind of inflation during our life. None of us have lived through these kind of inflationary numbers. Well, actually, I guess the year that Joe and I were born, we had some hyperinflation. But none of us have been adults during a time when we had 5 and 6 and 7% inflation on an annualized basis. So the effect of that on our employees is pretty significant. And I just want to make sure that we don't fail to take a look at whether or not we're keeping, in an extraordinary inflation moment, whether we're being fair to our employees. And I also don't want us to recognize another 3 to 7% or maybe more of revenues, and we get excited and we spend that money, and we've forgotten to make our employees whole with inflation, and then we've missed the opportunity to do that. I just want to, and that's really why I'm asking that particular inflation conversation to come back with the next financial report. So,
Can I, Mr. Mayor, can I offer some other information? So with the salary surveys, we're getting into an area, and we do them during negotiations because they are subject to negotiating under the Myers-Brown Act. So if we start undertaking salary surveys for all classifications, including represented, the unions, the associations will have the right, and we will have to negotiate all that because they have the right to dispute those surveys. So we do them only typically during negotiation period. So my suggestion at this point would be the mayor's item. I think what I'm hearing from staff is they can bring that information back at the next meeting quickly, and then let the city manager bring back information on what surveys have been done and where we are, give us a foundation, and then the council will have more information on deciding how to go forward at that point. But in the abstract tonight, I would advise not directing staff to do salary surveys for all classifications, because that will impact, that will require us to negotiate with all the associations.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Walter, and thank you, Councilmember Contreras as well. I would say maybe we amend your motion to simply direct staff to bring back information on when the salary studies were done last, kind of where they were over the last few years. Also let us know when the next ones are and what the cost of it's gonna be if we were to do it right now. And you know, as far as the inflation thing goes, if we have increased salaries 13.5% over 2 years, and inflation is at 16% over 3 years, guess what, buddy? We hit the number because they got a 2.5% the raise before or 3.5% the raise before. So over 3 years in the city of Vista, they're either at 16% increase or 17.5% increase. I have to go back and look at it. But again, that's what we're looking at. The other thing is are our revenues up 17.5% or are they up 25%? But know that since we're a city, we're not a business, we're not in the habit of profit sharing. That's something that's more done in the private sector, but we do want to make sure we keep up with inflation. So I'm fine with inflation, but I'm not fine with profit sharing at a city standpoint per se. I think they're two different things. So, but yeah, that's what my amendment is, just have them bring back the information so that we can figure out what's the cost of it and what do we really need to do. Knowing that we've never done a salary survey for our temporary seasonal employees, I'm hoping that you can let us know what the cost on that's gonna be, because I really wanna see one of those, because they should really be paid in line with other people, livable wages. So if you accept that as like, we're not directing you to, just bring the information on it, that's the motion, and I will second it if you're okay with it.
Councilmember Green, I would just want to add that I agree with your point. We've also got, so we have an upcoming contractually negotiated increase. We haven't seen CPI for the first 6 months of this year. We do have monthly numbers that probably cut off. I don't think we've seen anything yet for this year. But the point is, we have something coming in 6 months, but we haven't seen the CPI increase. I also want to look at what the impact of inflation has been on our city revenues. We're going to see that in our coming report, I think already. But it would be good to do a side-by-side comparison with what's happened with our revenues and what's happened with the, with all of our units. I think, probably some units are going to be right there, and then others are going to have been significantly disadvantaged. So, but I don't know what those numbers are. That's why I'm asking our financial staff to just present the numbers. I'm not predicting what they're going to show. We may already be there, or we may be, 3 or 4 points behind. I don't know the answer to that. That's why I want to see the math. Councilmember Contreras.
Councilmember Green, I accept your friendly amendment. Thank you.
Okay.
And thank you for the conversation. It's been a really good conversation. And again, I just want to underscore that it goes like so far beyond inflation. And I think this is a conversation we should have had a long time ago. So I appreciate the mayor bringing this forward and spurring this discussion. And I look forward to what comes back from city manager.
Just clarifying that the motion also includes this whole inflationary analysis.
Yes.
Very
yeah.
good. Okay.
I'll make sure, because I actually didn't say that, but I accept that amendment from you.
Very good.
So now the motion has, right, it's the inflation, looking at recommendations about salary survey. Awesome, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item is approved unanimously. That will take us to our next item, D3, discussion item on Olive Avenue protected bike lanes. If there's any member of the public that wishes to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card here at the dais. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Our engineering division manager, Sam Hassan, will introduce the item. And don't let me forget, we do have a public speaker on this item. Mr.
Good
Hassan.
evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll give a quick background on the item. So on January 24th, 2023, the City Council directed staff to explore the implementation of protected bike lanes along the city's major bicycle routes. And then on March 28th, same year, the City Council directed staff to move forward with protected bike lanes using delineators and to revisit the addition of asphalt berms at a later date. On June 13th, the City Council allocated funds for the protected bike lane project. And on September 26, 2023, the City Council allocated additional funds to include the asphalt berms. And this is the initial list of streets that staff presented at the time. And it was on North Melrose Drive, South Melrose Drive, North Santa Fe Avenue, Vista Village Drive, East Vista Way, Beaubier Drive, Sycamore Avenue, and Civic Center Drive. As we got into the final design of the project, we found out that Civic Center Drive is not suitable for protected bike lanes because of very limited width, and that it would only be a couple of short segments we would be able to implement on Civic Center Drive. So instead, we recommend replacing Civic Center Drive with the segment of Taylor Street from North Santa Fe Avenue to Crest Haven Drive. In addition, Olive Avenue was requested to be added to the project. And based on the important east-west connectivity Olive Avenue provides for bicyclists, staff recommends including the street in the project. This is a table of estimated costs broken down by street segment. And one to note is the additional, or the Taylor Street replacement segment at an estimated cost of $130,000. And then Olive Avenue at an estimated cost of $415,000. So the estimated total cost for the construction of the project is $2.9 million. And the available funding currently in the project account is $2.2 million, which would result in an anticipated shortfall of $700,000. I should note that the estimated total project cost includes a 10% contingency. So the recommendation from staff is to include Olive Avenue as an alternate bid item when advertising the project for construction. And this will allow the City Council the flexibility at the time of construction contract award to choose whether to include Olive Avenue based on the exact amount of shortfall and available funding at that time. And that concludes my report.
We have one public speaker on this item, Mr. Joe Hood.
Well, good evening one more time. I must say I wasn't aware of all the history. That's wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. Separated bike lanes are obviously important safety features for our city. The intersection of Olive and Vista Village is, of course, where our transit hub is. Encouraging cycling to and from the transit hub is an important option for reducing VMT. Local residents, students, and businesses will also benefit from separated lanes. And Olive Avenue begins to tie into the Main Street area. So despite the long discussion at the last council meeting regarding prioritized sidewalks and all that, it's clear that safe bicycling and walking to and from the transit center must be a very high priority. So I ask you to please approve this staff recommendation.
Councilmember Melendez, Deputy Mayor Melendez, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for presenting this update. I think Olive Avenue is a extremely appropriate location for the installation of protected bike lanes. During my District 3 traffic calming meeting back in December, it was a small but mighty group, but it was actually identified by the residents there as being a location that was highly desirable for bike lanes, and this was coming from voices of people who lived across the district. The proximity to amenities like Bub Williamson Park, as well as being a straight shot into our downtown area and our Vista Transit Center, I think really positions it as being a good location for mobility enhancements. So thank you for the update, and I would move to approve staff's recommendation and include Olive Avenue in the project list. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
I'd like to thank staff for an amazing presentation, and Sam and Greg, if I didn't tell you that you're two of my favorite engineers on staff here at the City of Vista, I'm not sure why you guys don't wear plaid shirts more regularly like the other engineers in the engineering department, but thank you guys so much for all your work, man. Being able to ask you guys questions about things I don't understand is a big deal, and seeing that this recommendation came from staff is definitely something that I support. I appreciate everything you guys have done, and hopefully this will make all the e-bikers in our neck of the woods and e-scooter riders much safer. So with enthusiasm, I second that motion.
Councilmember Contreras.
This is, yes, I mean, I'm like 100% about getting more protected bike lanes. So this is going to have the asphalt curbing as well, right? I mean, this is incredible. I haven't gotten an e-bike yet, but I'm closer and closer. When I see the infrastructure come forward this year, I'm gonna have to get my buns on an e-bike. So, but thank you so much. I know that the council can be a little demanding. We really just want to move forward at lightning speed, especially when it comes to these types of infrastructure opportunities for our community to be more connected. So I really do appreciate all the work that's gone into not just this, but the entire traffic calming and protected bike lane discussions and plans. It really, you know, I think that I actually would love to see where we're at once we build all these protected bike lanes. And can that be a marketing aspect of our city? That I think we're probably going to have the most miles of protected bike lanes in a lot of different cities. So I think that that's a marketing aspect right there. I got to throw it out, you know, see what our social media team can do. And then the other thing, wait, has the motion been seconded? Okay, you did. Okay, all right. That's right. The other thing, the last comment, because I know everybody's hungry. The last comment I have is I really want to see where we have protected bike lanes, also a reduction in speed. I think that those two tools can go hand in hand in making sure that folks are safe in a holistic way. So anyways, thank you so much. And thank you, Deputy Mayor, for inquiring on this. Olive, I have a little part of Olive. Yeah, so I walk that area and I see a lot of folks on bicycles and they're like kind of not having a lot of space there. So, thank you.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
1,000,000% yes, 100% agree with everything you said. Deputy Mayor, thank you for being on top of this. Anywhere we can add in protection and safety and bike lane infrastructure. So Sam and Greg, thank you for your work on this. I can tell you that while you may sometimes receive, not you two personally, we may receive negative feedback on the bike lanes, there is an overwhelming amount of support from most residents, especially for anybody that has children that are riding their bikes and just people that are casual bike riders, even some that are like, I wouldn't call them professional, but you know, more seasoned bike riders or bicyclists, they appreciate what we're doing. So thank you for working on this. I'm 100% a yes, and Appreciate everything you do.
Question, this says anticipated shortfall $700,000, but the staff report is, are these different sets of numbers? The staff report's saying cost just of this addition is 415 with $285,000 shortfall. So this adds $285,000 of the shortfall? You see where I'm looking at the fiscal impact on the staff report?
So without Olive Avenue, the anticipated shortfall is $285,000.
Okay.
With
When
all
we
of this
add
and other
this.
40, correct.
Okay.
It adds up to 700 total.
And where do we think that we're gonna, is this?
So we're going to
year
bid the
fund balance?
project in a couple of months. We would add Olive Avenue as an alternate bid item to see what it comes in at, and we can present options to fund this when we bring the construction contract back, which would be likely in the May timeframe.
So are we committing to fund this, or are we gonna have a discussion later about funding it?
We'll have a discussion later about funding it when the construction contract comes back to council for award.
Okay, I'm voting for it because I'm for the work, but if we were voting to spend it without knowing where it's come from, I'd be a no. But we can discuss that when we get to it. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Okay, that item passes unanimously. That'll bring us to item D5, our final discussion item about AB 1999, resolution of support. We do have a public speaker, and if any member of the public wishes to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature by pressing star 9 or submitting a request to speak cards. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Councilmember O'Donnell asked for this item to be on the agenda, so I will ask him to introduce it.
Thank you. Yes, so AB 1999, as you all are familiar with AB 205, which we passed a resolution opposing a little while back. AB 1999 corrects the fixed rate fee that would be applied based on income to take that out of AB 205, section 739.9, and replace it with the $5 and $10 fixed fee that they have now. So I'm just bringing it forward to have a discussion, and I will let the public speaker or speakers speak first, and then I will give comment.
We have Joe Gabalden with SDG&E who's been waiting patiently. I thought that was you back there in the staff area.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Joe Gabalden, Senior Public Affairs Manager for SDG&E. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on this important item. Here tonight to request that the Council oppose AB 1999 and the recommendation. AB 1999 seeks to undo a proposal before the Public Utilities Commission that would promote more equity and provide bill assistance for disadvantaged and low-income Californians who struggle the most. As Vista and the rest of California transitions to our clean energy future, it's vital that we do not leave communities behind. 25 years ago, state policy created a cost shift where non-solar customers pick up grid charges for other customers that have solar. Today, that cost shift to non-solar customers amounts to $450 per year. I did some checking with our analytics team and learned the following. As of yesterday, the total number of residential solar customers in Vista is 9,038 customers. Total number of CARE and FARA customers, which are discount programs, in Vista is 12,593. We urge the Council to stand with low-income and disadvantaged families and other groups and vote no on the recommendation. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Councilmember Dahl, I have a question for you. This AB 1999, my understanding is that it imposes a $10 fee?
So currently the rates are $5 and $10 depending on whether you're accepting any program subsidy, and $10 if you're not. So this would basically take the language out of AB 205 and replace it with what's already existing as we currently have it for our electrical rates.
So it's still an income-based flat fee?
No, so it removes that piece from the legislation. So that this is reversing section 739.9 of that
assembly bill.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but there's still 2 tiers of income
There are.
that would, and that's not my concern. My concern is that it's a flat fee that gets added to the bill. I don't want any flat fee, because flat fees will reduce incentives for consumers to conserve by shifting costs to flat fee rather than consumption. That's a disincentive to conserve, and we all know that we're trying to reduce GHG, and that's not going to get us there. So, and my concern, my genuine concern here is if you give them $10 now, they're going to be at, it'll be $200 overnight. I don't want to give them, I don't want them to add $1 of fixed. I don't like any fixed. I just.
If I might.
By the way, I want to say something, okay? The right way to do this, if you didn't want one customer subsidizing another, would be the way we charge for water, where everybody pays an access charge that's the same. Because the cost of maintaining the copper line infrastructure to your house doesn't matter whether you use 1 kilowatt or a billion kilowatts. It doesn't matter. It's the same. Just like our sewer line, just like our water lines. It's the same cost, whether you use it or you don't. You turn on that light once a year, boom, right? It's the same cost. So if you didn't want to subsidize, so we already have a system that massively subsidizes people who use less. People that pay more are paying all that cost because we don't have a fixed charge. If we were going to have a fair system, one that actually allocated costs directly to those based on how they use it, we all have the benefit of being able to turn on the light switch at least once a year and seeing the lights come on. So a fixed charge that was for infrastructure only for the SDG&E transmission and delivery component of service, which is in the future all SDG&E hopes to do is, maintain the infrastructure. They don't want to generate it anymore. And the state doesn't want to see them generate it anymore. And now we're in the generating business. So it's very much already a subsidy. The middle class is getting screwed here from every direction. People already can't afford to live here. I appreciate, and I will underscore that you are an opponent of the AB 205 insane proposal. But I don't love this particular plan to replace one income tiered fixed charge with another income tiered fixed, because this is a half measure, and in a year from now, they'll simply increase the amount, and pretty soon we're right back to where we started from. That's my concern. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it, Councilmember O'Donnell.
So currently, as it exists, there is already a $5 and $10 fee based on whether you qualify for programs, right? So all this is doing is putting that back in place relative to what the expected fee was going to be, which at one point was going to be $138 and then so on down based on your income. And so I actually had a chance to speak with Joe last Friday, or Thursday rather, as well as Brittany Sees. And they're both with SDG&E and kind of explained what the new tier system would look like, where it is still based on income, but they're not going to be requesting income information. However, we did not come to an agreement for me to pull this because I still don't agree with the language of AB 205 and what it actually does. And I don't agree with the impacts that people that support it are telling me that it's going to do. I see you have something you want to say.
But if I look on my SDG&E bill right now, I'm going to see this $10 charge.
You should have a $10 charge on it.
What is it line itemized as? Do you know?
I do not know. I have solar. I don't look at it.
I have solar too, as of August of last year. But so do solar customers pay this $10? Since we have the expert here, is that our?
I'm glad for Joe to come.
Right.
There are additional fees for transmission and distribution on solar customers' charge. If they, when you get to the net true-up at the end of the year, if you've energized more than you use and you have excess in those credits to cover even the transmission and distribution costs that are there, you net out as a zero. So
You just
Just to
said that solar
clarify, there are some
customers,
charges on your bill.
solar customers are paying some charges for connection that non-solar customers are not, is what I'm hearing you say.
In the end, when you aggregate the true-ups across the board, it totals nearly $1 billion annually, and that is passed on to then non-solar customers. They see it as a part of their bills, and that totals roughly $450 a year.
Because you're saying I'm being overcompensated for my solar. Is that what you're saying?
There's a lot of ways you can look at it. So you can be overcompensated. You could be.
I mean, the bottom line is the state of California came up with all these incentives and giveaways, and the federal government with the tax credits, and they incentivized homeowners to make decisions, to borrow money. I borrowed the money to put this infrastructure on my roof, and I'm going to be paying the loan back for a long period of time, hopefully just less than the panels last. So, I mean, I'm not getting a good deal here, you know? So this $10, is this on my bill now? What's the charge? I've never seen it. And I've spent a lot of time looking at my bill since I got my solar, like a lot.
I don't have a sample of
But you
average
guys are
bills.
doing such a whiz-bang job making those bills easy to read that, you know, sorry, I had to throw that in there. I apologize. They're not easy to read. There's only 34, actually, there's like 78 rates. How many rates are there? How many rate plans? There's literally like 35, right?
I don't have that information.
Yeah, there's so many, like nobody even knows how many there are. It's pages and pages of different rate options. It's crazy. But you think we're already paying this $10 fee?
There are parts of the distribution charges that are included in the solar bills. The fact is that when you look at the policies and how net energy metering is factored in, folks can get a zero bill. And for many folks, that's exactly what they want. The problem with the solar is that it then gets passed on to others.
That's not a zero bill. I'm paying $1,000 a month for the. I paid for those. I mean, the panels you didn't give them to me, so I'm not getting any kind of a deal here. I want to look at my bill right now. I'm logging into SDG&E and see if I see this $10. I've never seen this $10 on there. You're saying that we're paying the 10. Have you looked at your bill?
I have not looked at my bill, but I will tell you that
I'm gonna have my bill
all
up
the
in about
language
10
I have
seconds
read,
here.
and unless Joe wants to correct me, and if I'm wrong, please do. But the language I've read from previous legislature or other things says that we currently have a $5 and $10 fixed rate fee already built into our electrical bills.
Just solar or everybody?
Everybody, across the board.
I'm going to have my bill in front of me in just a second.
Okay.
View your detailed PDF bill. I've never seen a fixed. Let's see here.
We were going to crack the under tonight, but take your time.
Sorry, but this is too important. Let's see. No. Joe, you're welcome to come look at my SDG&E bill, but I don't have any $5 or $10 charges. I don't.
Okay.
Well, I
believe that you don't see them, but believe
what is this? I have public purpose programs, $5.40. I don't think that's it though.
There are, no, that's not
What do
it.
you got? What's it called?
I got what you're reading, then a couple lines down, I just have other, $11.16.
I mean, honest to God, I know you guys have put a lot of time and effort into the bill. Why is the bill so horribly awful to read? It doesn't make sense. It's incomprehensible. No one can understand what this says. It's not fair to ratepayers. That's not.
Mayor, if I may, I'm not here to
It's
argue.
messed up.
I'm not here to argue I believe it's still my speaking time, but I'm not here to argue the structure of the bill as far as the SDG&E bill that's going to your inbox. We're here to discuss the language of 1999 and what the impacts will be on the community. Is that fair?
Yeah, it's fair. It's adding, it's got this 5, and you're saying we're already paying it, but I'm not seeing, And nobody's able to tell me what the label of this fee is.
That I don't know. I know it exists, though, and it's been confirmed by the expert from SDG&E. I would also like to make a motion to support and pass this resolution in support of AB 1999. But just very quickly, I do want to say a few things. Joe, thank you very much for taking the time on Thursday to speak with me. It was a very delightful conversation. I know we didn't agree on a lot, but I do really genuinely appreciate you taking the time. I'm just going to share my concerns, the same ones I shared with you that weren't addressed in our conversation. I understand that the rates may be lowering, but there are 9,000 people in Vista, you said, that have solar, but I can tell you that there are probably millions across the state. I think I looked recently, it was 1.5 million homes and businesses have solar, many of which, thousands of which, rush to get solar. And I'm looking at you, this is not directed at you. Many of which rush to get solar under the idea NEM 2.0 was going to protect them before NEM 3.0 kicked in, without even knowing that AB 205 existed. And so to the point that the mayor made, and it's the point that I've made, and it's not just him and myself, but I have seniors in my community that were calling me to have their permitting expedited because they couldn't get things done because their energy bills had gotten so high they could no longer afford it. So they went and took out a loan to pay for solar to try and decrease those rates. They're on a fixed income. They will be negatively impacted. I can tell you that I am in a fortunate position that I have dual income in my house. I say it all the time, but to add an additional $876 to my family, you know, we have a kid in daycare, we have a mortgage, we have insurance, we have car payments, we have grocery bills. Like, it takes so much money to survive in California. And the reality is that while it's an unintended consequence, it is going to crush a lot of people that have to pay this that don't necessarily have the extra income. The other piece of it was when this bill, if it were even in the current state, and this is from information that was sent to our council or from a letter from the Predictable Power Coalition, the average cost of the savings would be $10 a month to the low income and disadvantaged customers, and this is for PG&E, right? And so for SDG&E, the cost per month would be roughly $24.34 and tier up to $73. But it would still keep the kilowatt per hour at 35 cents, which would be the second highest in the nation, even once these tiers are put in place. As I've said before, the other issue I have with this is that this is not a cap that we're looking at. You've already mentioned it, Mr. Mayor, in the comments you made, but where will it end? The costs have gone up, and I understand business and economics, and I understand inflationary costs and all the other things, and I don't necessarily know if this is as much on SDG&E, but companies like PG&E that reported $2.2 billion in profit last year, but have the largest need for the infrastructure improvements in the state of California for fighting wildfires, for fighting climate change, it is hard for me to accept that the failed infrastructure policies that they have created for themselves needs to be levied onto the back, not even of anybody in California that's been paying into our electric rates forever, right? And so those are issues that I have with it. And I don't see a cap on this. And Joe, if I might, I don't know if you can answer this, but does it eliminate the time of use plans if this is enacted?
The way the proposal would work, the time of use still remains out there. I get to the mayor's comments, that you still have this volumetric rate. Today, it's roughly 47 cents per kilowatt hour. Our first proposal would have brought it down to 27 cents per kilowatt hour. Along with this fixed charge, the latest proposal moves it, adjusts these fixed charges, but also raises the volumetric rate. And so for folks that still would use excess, they're paying for it because they have that volumetric charge as well. So I hope that answers the question. Mm-hmm. Let me know if I didn't.
No, I appreciate that. The short answer is no, it does not eliminate it. Here's the other thing, and you have these companies, like I said, $2.2 billion for PG&E. You have SoCal Edison, $934 billion in profit in 2022, $900 million for SDG&E. And look, they have a fiduciary responsibility to their shareholders. I understand that they have to make a profit to be successful and be in business. I don't think that they are the bad guys. I'm just simply saying that the bill as it was introduced in AB 205, the fact that it was put on 3 days before into a 20,000-page document with many people not even realizing it was snuck in there, is really, it's hard for me to get over that hump, because if this is genuinely going to be something that is so beneficial to the lowest socioeconomic areas in our state, why not legislate it, bring it to a committee, let the public know about it, let them have conversations, let the legislation vote on it, or the legislature vote on it, and make it a public matter. And so this isn't me trying to thumb my nose at anybody that emailed me today or yesterday regarding this resolution. It is simply one of those things that when you have nearly $4 billion collectively in profit, 1.5 million businesses and homes that invested in solar, again, under the idea that they were going to be protected from these high energy costs, and only to find out, I mean, there's an argument that it's not going to slow down the progress that we're trying to make on renewable energy. And I can tell you that with NEM 3.0 and this legislation, there is zero chance I would have gotten solar, because it would have just increased my bill to the point, like we've never had a $200 bill in our house for energy because we conserve our energy. And so this will put us right back at the basis that we were at, the median that we were at, paying for our electrical bills before we even need to touch the grid. And that's going to be the case for many, many people across the state of California. Look, I can rant on this for a long time. I've already done it, so I'm going to wrap up. But I'm not against trying to find equity and balance in our energy costs, especially for lower income families and people that are struggling to make ends meet, that are struggling to pay their grocery bills, to put gas in the tank, to get to work. I'm not against that. What I am against is adding this in a backdoor policy to a bill that is 20,000 pages. You talk to some legislators and they didn't even know what it was when I brought it up to them. There's city council members all across San Diego I've talked to had no idea what this was until I brought it up to them. And so that to me is not in the best interest of the communities when there's been no conversation about it. So that is why I am supporting AB 1999. If new legislation comes forward that I can get on board with that has a better outlay and a better communication standpoint with the communities that it's supposed to serve, I will be fully on board with it so long as it meets the metrics that it needs to meet. But that's why I'm supporting AB 1999. Thank you for listening to me, and I hope you all will join me in supporting this resolution.
Councilmember Green.
Councilmember O'Donnell, I'd love to hear you passionate about things, and I'd love to see the amount of research you do on items, and thank you for educating me on all of these ABs and things that are going on here. So I definitely support you bringing this forward. I appreciate you keeping your finger on the pulse of this. I am a solar customer as well, but I can't even tell you last time I looked at my SDG&E bill. It just auto-deducts out of my account, man. So yeah, and then I write them a big check to true up at the end of every year because you did change with Net 2.0, taking my money. So anyways, with that, I just want to say thank you so much for all your work. Joe, thank you for being here. Your mother couldn't have picked a better name for you, so congratulations on that. And with that, I second the motion and ready to call for the vote.
Councilmember Contreras.
I just want to say that thank you for doing all the work. This is all still very confusing to me, and I have never abstained from a vote, but this might be the first time that I abstain. I feel like I need a lot more information, and I'm just not sure. So just wanted to throw that out there. Yeah, I need a little bit more time to think about this one.
Okay, so in looking, this is not a bipartisan bill. There wasn't one member of the minority party that was attracted to sponsor this. We've already taken a position as a council against AB 205. I think we have a reasonable chance of getting AB 205 defeated because people hate it. And, let me be very clear. I'm not excusing Semper Energy, okay? But neither am I opining on whether they're a greedy company or they're not. But this is what I want you to know, is that they're providing energy, electric energy to how many states? Probably 12, 15, 20? Yeah. And their prices are 4 times more expensive in California as they are in those other states. In some instances, during some times of the year, my on peak is 84 cents. My wife and I never were at odds over running the washing machine before we got solar. What they don't tell you when you get solar is a mandatory transition to time of use pricing. And then it goes to 84 cents. So let me tell you, in my household from 4 to 9 p.m., we're not running anything. We're sitting there in the dark waiting to turn the TV on at 9 o'clock, okay? 84 cents. That's nearly $1 a kilowatt hour. That's insane, okay? This is a part of the majority party in the state, their warfare on the poor. It's a war on poor and working families. If you cared about people that are working for a living, you would not drive them out of this state by making the cost of electricity and gasoline and natural gas orders of magnitude 4x, 8x, 12x what it costs in other states. No, this is serious. This is where the rubber meets the road for people in our community that you talked about a moment ago with great passion, who are struggling to make ends meet and have a living wage. If we care about people being able to afford their rent and being able to afford enough groceries, then we should care about the fact that we're cranking 4 times more cost on them because of all this overregulation and all this nonsense, and frankly, the California Green New Deal, which was adopted in 2003. This hurts working families. It's not fair. And we should stand up, every single one of us, against the majority party in this state and their war on the poor and working families and all families in this state. It's bullshit. I can't support it. Councilmember O'Donnell, Councilmember Contreras.
I think that we definitely need to figure out how to produce more community solar.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
I appreciate your very passionate speech, but what I will tell you is that this directly overturns AB 205. So by saying that you would not support it, you are saying de facto you support AB 205 because this is the only legislation before the legislative body in the state of California that will repeal this. And it's the only one, and I understand that this was probably not bipartisan in its adoption of writing and sponsorship, but this will directly overturn the language of AB 205, Section 739.9, which affixes a fixed rate fee to the individuals based on income tier. So that's all I'm going to say. If you choose to vote against it, I understand, but I just want to be on record of saying that because I feel like there was a misrepresentation of what this bill does.
I loved that we were in unison. This council took a position. I voted along with you to oppose AB 205. I think I've made very clear I hate AB 205 with a passion. But this still imposes a fee, and if you give them $1 today or $10, they'll have their $100. They'll go back to the CPUC. They'll raise this fee. What, they're not going to raise this fee? Of course they're going to raise this fee. We'll be paying $100 before we know it. I don't want to give them anything. You know, none of us sitting here, even the people that work for the company, nobody understands what we're paying. Nobody can read the bill. Nobody has any idea. With all due respect to Councilmember Contreras, you're not wrong. None of us understand this. You know, all we know is we've been completely screwed at every turn by our state legislature, by our California Public Utilities Commission, by our utilities who are complicit in these socialist Marxist schemes to make electricity completely unaffordable for families. I'm as mad as I could be. And I can't support this bill because it's a completely partisan bill. It's not even bipartisan. And all I see is it's imposing a fee that I can't find now on my electric bill. So I appreciate that we've been able to work together to oppose AB 205, but I can't support this one because It's just trading one thing for something that's slightly less bad. But I have no doubt in a very short period of time, you know what this is? This is a dodge. They don't want to be responsible for the $100, so they're just going to get $10 right now. Does anybody at home believe that $10 is all they're going to be good with that for a long period of time? No, they're going to come back for 100, and then they'll get 150, and that's where this is headed. So I'm not for this one. I'm sorry. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Joe, do you by chance know how long the $5 and $10 fees have been stuck at $5 and $10 that would necessitate AB 205 to come forward?
I believe it was AB 327 that put in that initial charge.
Do you know when that was?
Offhand, I don't have that information.
I don't know. All right. I just want to express one last time that when we talk about this being a nonpartisan bill, our current supervisor that represents us at the County Board of Supervisors, Jim Desmond, who is by no means one of the Democrats that signed on to this bill, strongly supports AB 1999. In fact, he just emailed it out today. And so to lack the idea that it is a nonpartisan, I understand, again, the way the group was at the legislature, the way it was adopted may not have bipartisan camaraderie on there, but it is definitely a bipartisan bill in every way, shape, and form. So those are all my comments. I'm ready to call for a vote after Mr. Green speaks, and I appreciate all the dialogue on this.
Councilman Green.
Thank you so much again, Councilmember O'Donnell. Knowing that the set fees were passed in a bill which was 3E27 per my representative from SDG&E, which means the $5 and $10 fee are on the bill. I think that there is no reason to oppose this, especially with my county supervisor supporting it. The reason is there's not a whole lot of minority support for bills that are written. And in my opinion, it could have even been a minority stakeholder that suggested a majority stakeholder write the bill so it had a better chance of passing, because it's really hard for a minority represented official to get anything passed, even if they're trying to give away gold bullion up there, similar to how it used to be in different councils per se. So with that, I do still 100% support this. I love the fact that this is the only legislation that is working to repeal the crap Bill 205, the BS bill, can't say the bad word, but I'm totally for this, and I appreciate your research, Dan. I hope that it passes. If people abstain, I will have you know I'm supporting this, and I appreciate you doing your due diligence and research. Thank you.
I am reading Supervisor Desmond's email because I actually received it and I hadn't read it yet, but I searched for it and I'm now reading it. And I see that he's referenced in his message to citizens of the 5th District. He's referenced this several times. I don't see where in this email, and he does indicate that it's better than AB 205, but I'm almost done reading it. I do not see. If you notice in the language, he carefully avoids saying that he's supporting AB 1999. I don't see that here.
Do you feel as though, based on the language, while he is careful to not outwardly say it, that he may be maybe not so outwardly saying to support AB 1999? I mean, we've been around a long time, John. Regardless, if you support it, I appreciate your support. If not, I understand. I will call for the vote.
Councilmember, Deputy Mayor Melendez.
I would just like to call for the vote, which I believe would require a majority of the council to end discussion and proceed with the vote.
I'm sure that won't be necessary. We have a motion, a second. Please cast your votes. Okay, that item passes with 3 in favor, 1 abstained, and 1 opposed. Okay, I think that will take us to, we know someone does. That will take us to our, do we have any more oral communications this evening? I don't believe we do. So that'll bring us to council remarks. Any remarks from the assistant clerk, the clerk? City attorney? No?
327 was adopted in 2013. 11 years.
Our city manager? Councilmember O'Donnell.
For the record, our city attorney just let us know that, what was it, AB 327 was passed in 2013, applying a $5 and $10 fixed rate fee to everybody on the grid. Anyway, thank you for the lively discussion tonight to all my council members. This has been a rather enjoyable evening. I want to just give a shout out to Public Works as well as our community improvement team. The Buena Vista Duck Pond was littered from all the rain that had come through and washed a bunch of stuff into the pond. I let Imelda know last week, and they were out there within, like, I think a day and had it cleaned up. So just want to give them a big shout out for all the work that they do and to all of our staff as always. If anybody would like to join me tomorrow at the South Melrose Landscape Assessment Community Workshop, it will be at 6 to 8 p.m. at the Hyatt Place in Vista at 2645 South Melrose. As we were up here, my wife Allie sent me a correction to something I said earlier, which is she did not play a tree. She played a villager number 4 with no speaking role. But as always, honey, I love you. I want to thank you for allowing me to be here every other Tuesday with these fine people. I am looking forward to being home at a reasonable hour, so thank you all for the great dialogue tonight, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Councilmember Contreras.
Awesome. I think we're under the 10:30 assumption that this meeting was going to last until then. So good job, everybody. We probably could have condensed it down a little bit more, but thank you for the conversation. I hope you all have a great day. And again, every Wednesday, trash pickup with Guerreras en Acción por un Vista Limpio. If you want to join, let me know. I can connect you with them, or you can connect with them on social media. Otherwise, I hope everybody has a really awesome rest of your night.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Number one, thank you to my city council and city staff for a ton of amazing work tonight, whether it was a report or just a really good discussion. I am super excited about the expansions that we have proposed in our cannabis industry within our city. I'm really looking forward to seeing our innovative equity-based business award system, and hopefully other cities kind of taking our lead on whatever it is that we're the tip of the spear on, and also having a safe place to consume and a possible leisure or business location to consume. Would be amazing, and also super cutting edge and utilized, I feel like, by our community. Lastly, or actually 3 more things. Thank you so much to Deputy Peterson and Deputy McMahon. What's up back there, deputies? You guys protect and serve, and every council meeting may be a different rotation, but I don't think you've sat down the entire time, and I almost had to force Colleen to have a seat. So thank you guys for just caring and showing up and really just doing your job on a daily basis with a smile even, which is fantastic. Also, shout out to Villager number 4. I would have never called you a tree, Allie. You're the homie. One more thing. We got 2 new taco joints in Vista. Primo's Foods selling tacos for 69 cents on Tuesdays. Pew, 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 69-cent tacos. And also Fritos Taqueria, straight from Tijuana. If you haven't tried a queso taco, you have been living a sheltered life, my friend. And last but certainly not least, shout out to RBV Girls Soccer CIF champions from Dan O'Donnell, your district representative. We love Rancho Soccer. I love Joe Green. Deputy Mayor, the floor is yours. I also love Joe Green, but I love Jen Green too.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. A few updates. On February 15th, 8:30 a.m., Mayor Franklin and I participated in the Standing Committee for the Strategic Plan to Address Homelessness. I wanted to provide some quick updates. We discussed membership of the subcommittee, and I agreed to move forward and working directly with our mayor while also directing our city attorney's office to bring forward more information about developing a community-based committee, including responsibilities and advisory or voting capacity. But I do believe in working with the mayor, and I see that we have a lot of work to do. Essentially, we will dedicate more time each month to homelessness, and I think that whether that's oversight of our internal working group or bringing in more information than we've had before, that it will be of value to our city. We also agreed to meet on the third Thursday of every month at 8:30 a.m. to do this work. Finally, we received a staff update about homelessness services, including no trespassing signage, and Mayor Franklin and I discussed a number of topics, including data in HMIS and the continuum of care, subsidized housing, and the prioritization of that, as well as home sharing, oversight of the internal working group, and we also directed staff for future topics to be agendized, including hearing from the Regional Task Force on the Homeless, as well as our COPS team and law enforcement as it relates to the work that they do on homelessness. I also want to say thank you to everyone who attended the February 22nd Emerald Drive Complete Streets Community Workshop. We had 70 people in attendance, and we were able to identify the urgency that the community is feeling in that corridor. It is not the quality of infrastructure that our community deserves, and so we are going after grant funding to ensure that we can build a better vista for you. And we are receiving community testimonies in that regard. Many people shared stories about property damage, having people getting hit by cars, pedestrian accidents, and accidents involving vehicles, and a number of issues with that major corridor there. So I would ask if you have a community testimony about Emerald Drive, please reach out to our City of Vista. We are collecting those to include in our grant application. Finally, March 5th is Shoe the World Day, and I'm working with the Seroptimists of Vista and North County Inland, as well as nonprofit organizations such as Operation Hope, to conduct a children's shoe drive to be concluded on March 15th. So please, if you have the means to donate children's shoes, we will also specify some adult sizes as well where needed. I've been hearing a lot of instances where maybe it's a mom going into a service for domestic violence, or maybe it's someone showing up to a child care program, but a lot of babies are showing up without any shoes on their feet. So we are doing a shoe drive so that we can provide socks and shoes for kids in the community that may need them. I also think this is a great opportunity to work with Operation Hope. Not only do they have folks in their program that could benefit from donations, but they also have an amazing pantry that not only provides food, they also do a boutique there. So we're going to work on collecting donations for that. Thank you all so much for the great work tonight, and have a lovely Tuesday.
Just a reminder, all of our residents, to take our City Council Goals Survey, available in English and Spanish. The survey closes on March 8th. It's available at vistanewscenter.com. Thank you to my wife for putting up with the late hours of my passion to serve the community, and have a good night, everyone.